Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day here for the Iesf Asian Championships, the road to WEC. And we're finally here in the playoffs, and I got a new face with me today. It's me, Iesf, once again, and joined here today by Gani. Gani, welcome, man. I know it's day number 4 here, but you're stepping in on short notice. Love to have you. How you feeling?
Man, I feel great. I feel honored as well. Nice working with you. And yes, I'm looking forward to see how it all unravels, right? The final day. Let's see how it's going to go.
Let's see how it's going to go. Gani, I don't know how much you've been paying attention to the past 3 days, but I'll give you a quick refresher. For the most part, we have these group stages go on, and there was games happening, on stream, off stream for everybody to watch it and tune into. And that'll be a reminder for you guys as well on the stream. You can check out all the brackets and information that you want to on iesf.gg. I believe Nightbot is, putting that for you guys as well out there, because also simultaneously, we are having the women's matches go on. If you guys notice on the Iesf YouTube page, there's 2 streams right now. So if you guys want to watch the Mlbb women's last day, you can head over there. You want to watch the men's last day here, that is happening. So we have 3 matches for you guys today. But to give you a quick up-to-date, even for you here, Gani, group stages were pretty intense. And I feel like some teams might have surprised others watching around the world. Specifically, like one of the teams we're going to watch here in the first match, Gani, is Myanmar, because we're in the playoffs now, so it's Myanmar versus Indonesia. And then, of course, we have Malaysia and Cambodia later. And then, of course, later on, we also have a grand final match. But the main point is whoever wins from their playoff matches will advance to the WEC. Like that's where we gotta kind of make it clear here, because it's an interesting kind of format. But then with these playoff matches, whoever wins will get the slot to go to WEC, because we have 2 for Southeast Asia to go. So we've been covering all parts of Asia here, Gani. It's not just Southeast Asia. There's actually multiple parts, and so that's where we are. We're down to these teams. Of course, for Myanmar, they went undefeated. And you would be very familiar with some of the players there. Of course, they're most notably from Mythic Seal. And then you have Cambodia. The majority of their players are from See You Soon. And over on the other group, which we'll be watching later, I know you're already familiar with Indonesia, but then we also have Malaysia there, right? And for Malaysia, they are the team that gave Indonesia their loss. They gave them a sweep earlier on into the whole brackets and everything. So maybe they get their revenge if they make it to the grand final. But right now, I would say for Indonesia, Gani, the work's cut out for them. I know you probably have a lot to say about Indonesia as a team and everything and what you've seen. There's some changes here, but Myanmar has looked pretty dang good, dude. They went 8-1 in terms of their games. They went 4-0 in their matches. They were undefeated. And I don't know, what do you think Indonesia needs to do to win this semifinals match and move forward? Because remember, if they don't win here, they are not going to the WEC. Either of these teams, Myanmar or Indonesia. So what do you think Indonesia needs to do to be able to beat Myanmar?
They're with Indonesia, they're with Onyx, so they need to stick with their identities, right? So again, they need to just be aggressive calculatively, and now they will just have to show how. Again, opponents is not a very easy challenge, right? It's not gonna be an easy challenge. But with Suns, I feel like he needs to be that anchor in that mid lane, showing how. But before we talk about what they need to do, let's talk about the patches. After the big patch, it seems like teams or countries, they need to adapt very quickly, very adaptively as well. And it's showing. That's, I think, one of the factors why Indonesia lost against Malaysia the other day.
Okay, we can talk about the patch, we can talk about the teams, but we just got word that we are going to have to take a break here for, I know there's a lot of you guys waiting in the chat right now, waiting for the stream, but for you guys that are located in Indonesia, maybe you guys know too, there's some, technical things that need to be worked out here, because right now we need some more time, of course, for the players to get ready. Us here as casters and production, we're just waiting for the players, but unfortunately they're not ready just yet. So we are going to be taking a break. I can't even let you guys know how long of a break we're taking, but we're taking a break. So sit tight while things for the players get us situated, and then we will be back after this. Again, I'm Naisu, that's Gani, and hopefully we get to that action after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now this time, we're joined with a different caster. It's Mirko.
What's up?
You know, we let's just talk about it, because real quick too, before we get into this, I just gotta let you guys know that are watching, we are waiting for the team from Indonesia to get ready. They're having some issues with the internet, and that's what's keeping us from getting to this matchup. So I know you guys are being patient with us. Thank you for that. And we ask continued patience while they get that situated, because this is a very important match, right? It's a qualifying match to the WEC. So of course, the team from Indonesia, they want to make sure, technicals are all figured out and everything. So, which is funny because earlier you guys saw Ghani, and now you're seeing Mirko, and he's in a different background. Mirko, it's looking a little different back there. What's going on?
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the internet problems coming, the network issues right now in Jakarta. I think, unfortunately, me as well, at my place at least, the internet is down. So I had to go all over here to Ranger Amas's place. So shout out to Ranger Amas, shout out to Abed as well, my friends here, because they helped me get this place to actually go and cast for Iesf. So now that I'm here, unfortunately, we're still gonna have to wait for the rest of Team Indonesia to get their network issues fixed. I don't know how long that's gonna take. So please, again, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us, because we're still waiting as well on the information that will come through from them, whether or not we're gonna be ready in the next few minutes, or if we're just gonna have to go back to break to again fill in for you guys.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. That's actually this happening was my own personal fear the last 3 days, because I mentioned it a couple times through broadcast, but it I don't know if there was a storm going through the Philippines.
Yeah,
it was thundering, it was lightning, and
it's raining here too.
Raining super hard. Yeah, it's raining there. So, and I know, and you guys know that are watching from Southeast Asia, for some reason, rain causes internet issues. It's I had to, I saw, but rain for some reason causes internet issues, and it's definitely something that has to be, I don't know, handled in some way or another. I don't know how it's going to be handled, but right now, since we are with this qualifying match, we have to wait for everybody to be on the right page, because obviously, one team can't go into this no issues and then everybody else is playing on data or something. That wouldn't be too fair, right? So real quick, while we wait for them to get things figured out here, we are, like I said, waiting for this matchup to happen. It was supposed to start a little bit ago, but of course, with the issues going on here with the internet from Indonesia and Jakarta, Myanmar is just waiting. So that is supposed to be this first match, this qualifying match. And then later on, we have Malaysia and Cambodia that'll be going at it too. So both these teams will be qualifying for the WEC in Riyadh later this year. And that's why, like I said, it's very important that they get these things settled, because you've only got a best of 3. So you got to be in the best playing environment for the team, because Indonesia is going up against Myanmar, and Myanmar so far has been undefeated here, Mirko.
They're looking real good, man. The fact that they were able to beat Cambodia 2-1, it did look like, it kind of looked like they were a bit shaky, but I feel like it was just Cambodia forcing in that kind of skirmish heavy playstyle. And I think anyone who faces up against Cambodia will have to deal with that. That's why we're going to have a very, very interesting match with Malaysia taking on Cambodia. Because interestingly enough, I think for Malaysia as well, right? They're a team that actually wants to answer the duel battles, the challenges as well from any other team. They answered the call when Indonesia called them. When Indonesia tried to go for the early snowball, Malaysia said, nah, let's go for the early game. Yeah, let's try to gamble and 50-50 it all the way from the start. I'm going to take the win. I have better mechanics. I'm just going to go for even the 2 marksman setup, the assassin setup. Way more confident than Indonesia in that first match when they met, when it was a 2-0 win for Malaysia. So that's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. But yeah, for Myanmar, the fact that they are able to play in that way against Cambodia, and also in a different way, completely up against Thailand, it shows you that they are very, very diverse, right? They are well versed in both of the play styles here. They're gonna be very, very good for objective play. Still very nice with their discipline and all, but also when they go for the skirmishes, they know how to duel, man. They know how to battle.
They do. And so we got word, just for an update here for you guys again watching, we're going to take another break. It's going to be much shorter than last time. While Indonesia, I believe, gets their everything settled again for the players, we are going to take a break, though. It's going to be about 7 minutes. So a quicker one. Hopefully after this break, we will go ahead and get ready for this matchup. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Mirko, and we will be back after the short break. So sit tight. We'll be back
very soon.
All right, guys, welcome back from the shorter break. It was actually shorter than 7 minutes. So we're happy to hear. I think things got situated and everybody is ready to go. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. And like you mentioned earlier, he also dealt with what the team from Indonesia is dealing with.
Yeah.
We're happy to have you here once again, and we can't wait to get this match started. It is, if you guys missed it, it's between Myanmar and Indonesia. This is a battle for the first slot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. So that's to catch you guys up. If you also want to keep an eye on what's going on here or what has happened in the past throughout the group stage and everything else, you can go to iesf.gg, check out the brackets if you want and all the statistics we got to see. Because again, Myanmar, undefeated in their matches. They had one loss to Cambodia in a game anyway. They went 8-1 basically in the group stage. And Indonesia had one loss to Malaysia on their way through here. So for Myanmar's lineup, we're going to look at it once again. It's Ken, Justin, Ruby DD, Juno, and Zide. And these guys are very, a lot of us are very familiar with them by now. And I could say, Mirko, they have been like performing out of their minds so far for this entire tournament.
They've definitely practiced their minds out, right? And technically, when we're taking a look at this roster, it's a roster full of veterans. Well, at least for Ken, Justin, and Ruby DD, especially Ruby DD. This guy's been, at the forefront for Myanmar Esports, for Mlbb in Myanmar for the longest time. I think M2 was really when he shined, right? That Ruby DD combo as well. That's what we call it now. The Lunox combo, when you go in with the Chaos Flicker into the Brilliance, that's a Ruby DD combo. He's kind of immortalized his name in Mlbb, and it's great to see that he's still here playing at the highest level of Mlbb. Now going up against Indonesia, I would say for the lineup of Indonesia, compared to Ruby DD at least, right? They're actually inexperienced compared to Ruby DD. Ruby DD's been through so many different international tournaments, has been playing the game for so long. Meanwhile, for this team, we've seen them a lot. Like for Indonesia, later on we'll get to see the roster to see exactly who's playing. But again, Ruby DD, what we've seen from the previous matches as well, he just understands the timing. He has that like kind of crazy old player instinct, Naisu? It's something with the old players, it's something with the veterans that we have in MLBB, where they just see the game a bit differently to everybody else. I think in Indonesia, it's got to be Lemon, he goes for like some wild engages, he has that vision for himself, but we're going to take a look at Indonesia's roster as well.
Yep, Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Kibo. And I know this Boots has been popping up here, but it has been Mlbb playing for the lineup, and either way, honestly, if it was Boots, I'm sure, they would find some of the successes they've already had through this. And even taking it back yesterday, man, Indonesia had very strong games, very dominant games. And again, when we looked at it, it was Albert. I forgot what KDA he had. It was like 30 and something. I don't think he died, if I remember. He didn't die. He played the Nolan. And then what did he play the first
Ling.
game?
13 kills on Ling,
signature.
16 kills on Nolan, right?
Yeah, it was just insane. It was nasty. So I'm wondering if this happens here. We are jumping into the draft here, and if I could hit the clapping button, I would. I'm not streaming my own stream. So we're finally in the draft, game number 1. And this is once again a match to qualify for WEC. You can see this. Myanmar is going to go ahead and take out the Ling. And I'm sure either they kind of build the composition around possibly picking up a Nolan, or at least one of the assassins we've seen pop up time and time again. But just taking out the Ling is good enough, because man, have we seen Ken do pretty much the same, I would say almost the same performance that we saw with Albert yesterday.
I think especially for Myanmar, right, it's about trying to force Indonesia into those utility picks for Albert, because it does feel like, even though Albert does pretty well as well on the utility, it's not as good as his assassins. And we got to see those assassins pulled off by Albert just yesterday. You mentioned it, the Ling and also the Nolan. Well played to him. So now with the chip and the Ling ban, that's actually an interesting first phase ban for blue side. Usually we see the chip banned out by red side, but for Indonesia, they're already really adjusting to the meta. They let the Roger go against Malaysia, and I think that will be the first and the last time Indonesia will let the Roger go if they're not on blue side. They can pick it up for themselves. Obviously, Albert plays a mean Roger. Same goes for CW, but leaving it open, I don't know about that. The Sky Piercer is still a bit too crazy. I've been spamming Roger as well. If you take a look at my rank games, my match history, it's just been Roger Brody. I'm an SPA, certified SPA.
You played him in the gold lane?
Yeah. I still play him in the gold lane. I just wanted to see, right? Because personally, I still think he is stronger in the jungle. But in the gold lane, he's actually still pretty strong. He's an absolute lane bully. You go for the Master Assassin emblem setup as well. And it's still very, very good to dominate in lane. It's going to be the Fairness man, though. So Lo Yi is up for grabs. Nolan as well, like you said earlier. Myanmar have the chance to take it away from Indonesia.
If they take this away, Lo Yi being open, but I feel like so far throughout the entirety of Iesf, we've seen the struggle. We've seen teams make it work, and we see Divergent still be pretty good, but so far I feel like Lo Yi is in a weird position where she was so dominant for so long, and then now it really seems like it takes a lot of effort for it to work in some of the teams' lineups that have been drafting it. So with a lot of these, I'm just wondering, Myanmar, they have a lot of opportunity to pick up a valuable first pick here, but trading it over to Indonesia as well, some of the XP lane comes to mind, like the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, but this is going to be a Fredrin first pick from Myanmar. So to me now, Fredrin is more so of like, he's still a safe option it's just I'm wondering too, like, how do you build this up? Because we have seen now Fredrin even struggle against these lord dances, and even early on. So response right now from Indonesia is going to be the Claude and the Farsa. What do you think Myanmar needs?
Oh, I think right now they can go for something like a Yuzong or a Terizla, right? The Terizla would be a good pickup to deny that strong side for Indonesia to play with, because technically with that Claude pick, they're already setting up for the weak side for Claude. They're setting up to go for the trio mid setup into the neutral objective battles, as usual, from what we've seen from most teams to take control of the early game. But another way to deal with this Farsa and the Claude could be the Yuzong, right? You can go for Terizla to deny it and maybe set yourself up for an even better neutral objective take, or you can take the Yuzong to bully the Farsa. But the thing is, it almost seems like Indonesia wants that to happen. With the Farsa first pick, super easy to counter it, super easy for you to go for the Yuzong. And for Myanmar, they won't take that bait. They won't actually, play into what Indonesia are trying to force out from Myanmar. It's going to be the Lo Yi, like we mentioned earlier, still, even though it's not as prio as it used to be. It's not as crazy as it used to be. Teams and players who understand how to utilize the diversion will still be able to get a whole lot of value with it. We've seen it multiple times, even from Sans himself. 1 loss, 1 win. For Justin, have we seen a Lo Yi game for Justin?
For Justin, I don't think so. I'm not sure if we have. I was going to pull it up while you were,
this might be his first.
Talking about that. Might be his first that they bring it to play. I'm going to look here. It looks like no. I mean, he's mostly playing like the Kaditas, the Farsas, the games they've swept. Okay, he did play Lo Yi once. So he did play it once. They played it against an off-stream game that we didn't have on the live stream. It was against Timor-Leste, that nation. So they went 2-0 with that. So they used the when they used the Lo Yi, it was with a Harith and a Ruby, and their jungler was a Baksha instead of the Fredrin. And then they had the Dairoth in the XP lane. So I'm not sure if they're kind of going with that same kind of game plan, but they also ended that game in under 12 minutes. So now, this is Indonesia that they're going against here. So obviously some of this coordination that they need with this Lo Yi have to be on point, I think. But this is kind of the same concept already. And we wait for these, second phases of the bans to go through here. I think too, because of the fact that they're going against the Claude, like the option is, do you actually go with a traditional marksman? Because the Harith is taken out, we have seen some testing, I say experimentation, I should say, for the gold laners to bring something new to there. But I think if you're going against the Claude, you could just pick something a little more safe if you really wanted to.
The Natan would be the safe option to go for, right? You can go for the Purify, you can go for the Flicker. I think any hero in the gold lane that can have that flexibility option to go for, a lot of different spells would be great in this current meta, with so much dive being placed onto you, with so much damage already as well from poke coming in from that far set too. But they will actually ban out the Arlet last. So again, maybe setting up for I think, what do you think about that Arlet ban? Because me personally, looking at the Arlet, he's kind of a hero that isn't really that strong in lane, right? Like up against the Yuzong, up against the Terizla, it's a Terizla's lane to win. It's a Yuzong's lane to win as well. But when you pair in the Arlet together with this kind of composition, it makes sense. So it's more of a synergy ban, synergy deny ban, more than, setting Lutpi up for success in that lane. Because if the Arlet gets to be picked up by Myanmar, with the CC coming in from the Ruby, with the angles created by the diversion as well, and obviously the CC from the Lo Yi and the Fredrin, you're gonna get quite a bit of vengeances there, man. Almost
already a lot.
Infinity amount of vengeances. But it is going to be the Iesf pickup. Still a very, very big comfort pick here coming in for Keyboy. And what's great about this, the fact that they picked it up in the first phase, or in the first pick of the second phase, is because it's a good flex pick over the Lutpi. Keyboy can play it, Lutpi can play it. Both of them do really well on it, and it sets up for now them to get a counter matchup when they get to see what Myanmar go for.
And also, just as a note, I think this Yuzong ban is still the portrait. This new portrait is for CC. I'm assuming. Okay, interesting, because as I was saying and looking at their old lineup from one of the games that they swept here, the Dairoth was a part of this lineup. The Dairoth they played last time was picked up there with the Ruby and the Lo Yi. The difference, of course, this time is they have a Moskov. Like I was saying, what is going to be that good matchup for the Claude in lane? At least with the Moskov, you should be relatively okay to farm up pretty well, and you know that Claude overall presence in the game farms lanes really quickly, like later on, using the Blazing Duet, and can join fights. So why not pick Mozkov? So at least you have the Spear of Destruction. You can hang out in the lane a little bit longer if you want to, and hopefully, hopefully you land the Spear of Destruction. You can follow up with it. I think part of that too is, if they follow up with the Mozkov, they set up really well with the armor penetration from a Dairoth. But look at this, the Masha comes through, and we've seen teams, I think even Malaysia banned the Masha
twice
against Indonesia because they know that it is devastating here in the hands of Lutfi.
Especially with the Sky Piercer. We were talking about abusing the Sky Piercer on the Roger, on the Brody, but I think if you think Sky Piercer, right? Thunder Pierce definitely comes to mind. There's already a Sky built there. They are the Sky Kings. That's what we call them in Indonesia. And, you get the Thunderclap with your ultimate. Masha fits to that, Sky Piercer category so well. And I'm really interested to see how Lutfi plays this Masha, because it's so weird for Lutfi. We didn't get to see it for the most part in the regular season of MPL Indonesia, and we didn't even get to see it for the most part in the playoffs. He started picking it up after losing to Luke, an opponent of his who plays the Masha a whole lot. So the fact that Lutfi, now he's added a hero that he wasn't comfortable on to his arsenal and making it a prio pick for himself, making it a power pick, it's really impressive.
Well, we're going to find out here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the match. It's a best of 3 between Myanmar and Indonesia to secure a slot, the first one to the grand final, of course, later on, but more so for the WEC in Riyadh for 2024. It starts here in this best of 3. We saw both lineups. We talked about it quite extensively, and once we get a look also at the emblems, I'm not sure if anything stuck out just yet. It is Ken rolling with the Impure Rage. I like the fact that Fredrin is still versatile enough to pick like 3 different emblem sets, maybe 4, and kind of play around with that. Also, there's a whole lot of lethal ignitions here. Zidez is also using the Brave Smite. We've seen this plenty of times with the Ruby, and even on the other side, nothing too crazy from this. Lutfi does have the lethal ignition himself, so we'll see how this kind of new signature pick, I guess you could say, it's like a new pick in his repertoire to make work, because he's dealt with it so many times over in Indonesia against his other opponents. So it makes me really wonder too how this is going to work in the grander scheme of things, these later team fights, when we're talking about especially the Sky Piercer being built and online. And so for now, neither teams are really going to be pushing the momentum just yet. I think with these lineups for both of them, you just want to wait for the turtle. But it looks like Albert already going to go in, but just visiting, I mean, really, you can't get this kill that you're looking for, but everybody needs to get these level 4s before this fight does become, before it does break out for that first turtle. So right now, we're still waiting for this last Enemy to go ahead, and just look at the attention here. They might try to go for something, try to pull like a cheeky move up top, but Turtle's up. And with that, Ruby DD doesn't have the level 4 just yet, so they'll wait. Sans also waiting, so it's up to Ken. Go ahead and stall out that Turtle, start it up. But look at Indonesia also getting in position here.
From Myanmar so far, Ken holding on to that turtle. Albert pops in a shield unity. Keyboy looking for an angle now of that onward. You can see that Albert will go for the shield unity onto Zide. There's gonna be the feather airstrike as well as the onward to get a claim for his blood. Albert winning on the retreat battle, but in the back it's gonna be Ruby DD who claims the kill on the Sans. But Lutfi flickers forward now and just goes in for the last 2 scratches to get the trade in favor of Indonesia. Keyboy continuing with the onward and the Earth Shatter, knocking Ken up, doing some damage, and he does have the Primal Wrath, so he can try to go for a little bit more damage here. It is going to be the Praiser's Wrath forcing him out. He will be able to onward backwards again, just buying some time. Finally gets that Primal Wrath off. But yeah, early on, a win for Indo.
Yep, Keyboy knew. He's like, I can stay here and just be annoying for a while because I have Primal Wrath. And yeah, they came out on top of that whole exchange. Oh, mid lane.
Great pickup on the Sans by Zide with the flicker into the I'm Offended, straight into the follow-up coming in from Myanmar. Well played to equalize the kills. On the board, diversion into the bottom lane. Doesn't have the I'm Offended though, so really no threat of taking CW down, not just yet.
Yeah, it was a good idea, like send the package, type thing. Here we go. I was going to talk about the items because that whole exchange, how it happened. We might not get a chance though.
Earth Shatter? Onward not connecting earlier. Shield Unity locking her down. Dozide to be able to pop into I'm offended, but will fall to the Poissons as Juno in the bottom lane will still be able to use the Abyss Walker and the Spear of Destruction as well to try to defend and clear out these minion waves from pushing into that turret.
Okay. You know, I wanted to get a chance to talk about the items, but it looks like Indonesia just wants to keep fighting.
Another Feather Airstrike, no Thunderclap just yet. Litpi decides to use it to try to go for that execute, and Sans will still be able to claim that kill up top.
All right, so Indonesia finding picks where they can. They might just go for another. Juno gonna be fine. Gets out of there with a walker. But so this is the thing, man. Like with the lead that Indonesia has gotten themselves. Oh no, Albert, is he gonna be in trouble?
Taking a whole lot of damage. A chain CC as well, but a good Earth Shatter from Keyboy now to go for the re-engage. Sans follows up as well. That's going to be a blazing duet from CW as he pops into Purify to get out of the Dispersion CC and now goes back to the Battle Mirror image onto the turtle. Second turtle of the game, Albert on a diversion. Trying to give Ken a little bit of an angle. Spear of Destruction, but Albert just secures it with a Retribution. CW, no Purify, going to be caught on the flanks, and Myanmar will be able to get a trade off for that turtle. It's a kill onto the gold lane.
Okay, maybe we get a chance now. Let's look at it real quick before Ken starts a fight. But first item's kind of falling into place already. You got a Corrosion Scythe here for Juno. He's going to need a little more time to build up because the same thing is there for CW, and he's on to his second item. With that too, Sky Piercer already being locked in for Loopy. That first item, that rush, is exactly what we were thinking about for the Masha, and that can be quite devastating. You got the wings already picked up by Sans, helps with that little bit of shielding and a little bit more mobility that already Farsa has a ton of. So with this, you know, this early game kind of advantage that Indonesia was able to get themselves gives them this upper hand, plus the defensive items they've already locked in, still looking to get some of these first ones locked in. Oh, Albert, this is what I'm saying. He's quite tanky, even with the Baksha. So the classic matchup between the Fredrin.
What?
Oh, wow, Loopy. That's the Thunderclap Pierce.
We were talking about the Sky Piercer, the Thunder Pierce, we might as well call it now, with how he's able to utilize the Masha. But remember, during the rosters, you know, when we're talking, looking at the lineups, we were talking about how Ruby DD has so much more experience compared to some of the members from Indonesia, and especially his lane opponent. Lutpi's a rookie in MPL ID in Indonesia, and he just got a solo kill against a legend.
Man, right now, they're just playing with these timings that they have on you know, especially the different lanes, but Loopy, especially with that Sky Piercer, like we were talking about, you know, and we know, hold on, Keyboy diversion?
Okay, it's gonna be Keyboy caught in, and that's gonna be everything in the kitchen sink. Keyboy still able to flicker out to safety, but the Spirit of Destruction and the follow-up from Ruby DD as he flickers in will be able to catch Keyboy and take him down in the 6th minute of the game. Straight for the turtle, the final one of this game to spawn back into the Land of Dawn. Straight onto it though, it's gonna be Ken and Ruby DD. Albert is looking for an angle to perhaps go for it. Pops into Poissons, hovers over the turtle, goes in for the Retribution, but it's still gonna be Ken who wins it out in the end, and that's the first turtle on the board for Myanmar, technically. Shield Unity, Feather Airstrike, catching Zide as he flickers out with the Don't Run Wolf King. CW jumps in with the lazy duet, gets caught by him offended, but will be able to take him down as he goes back towards that Battle Mirror image. Looking for the flicker only onto the wall, though, loses that 1 HP bar and gets the reset on the Thunderclap, but is not in range to go for that Thunderclap. Now another diversion. Loopy gonna be caught by the taunt again. Loopy taunted up and locked down by the Spear of Misery. Justin gets rid of him. That's gonna be a good dodge by Keyboy, sidestepping away from the Praisers Rattles. Now it's gonna be the re-engage coming down onto Myanmar. Ken looking for the damage, but Keyboy will out-sustain the Fredrin, and the Feather Airstrike gets popped in. The last one doesn't connect, but the flicker does! Gila Sans continuing on the Farsa.
Oh my goodness. I think that's all it's going to be, is just clash after clash and team fights, because so far that's what both these teams have wanted to do. And actually, when you watch them through the group stage, and we talked about exactly how this new patch, these new items, has changed the course of the game, this is the highlight. Like, these are the ways, the play styles that these teams have. They've been known for before, and now it's even more so. And Albert gonna battle out with Ken, and it looks like they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, Albert did actually steal that away. Another Feather Airstrike as well. Ruby DD gonna be knocked up by Keyboy, and just with those shields thrown out, Albert will be able to take him down. In the mid lane, Team Lutpi wanted to go for that turret. CW will be able to get the tier 2 up top for free. However, no, not for free. Juno, good maneuvers to look for trades on the map.
Wow. Okay. So again, Indonesia will still hold on to the lead that they've got themselves up to this point. They are furthering it a little bit more. And even with Myanmar, they've been making actually pretty good positioning plays with Justin utilizing that diversion. It's just unfortunate because they're kind of, you know, the item disparity or the economy lack here is really what's showing in some of these skirmishes and team fights. And so as they get ready for this Lord here, I think it's still a little tough for Myanmar to actually approach this fight because they're outgunned and out-itemed. Even with a good diversion play, if they can catch out a key target, which could be Sands, could be CW, then they might have the upper hand. Then they have to deal with Mlbb, especially on this Masha, like we said, with the Skypiercer already and other items locked in. So with that, Myanmar will actually go ahead and try to dance this off, it looks like. But even with Keyboy, early immortality picked up. He has the Primal Wrath still available as well. The placement and positioning here for Indonesia is really what's going to kind of set this apart. And that with the lead they have, look how front forward they can be. They can actually dominate this side of this Lord, zoning out the members of Myanmar. You have to wait because RubyDD, where is he going to enter from? But fourth of the health.
Ken's all alone. Chain CC'd. Albert going to be able to pick up the Lord for free. Ken can be melted down. Mlbb walking forward. CW with a battle mirror image aggressively as well to the fronts. But Indonesia will just be happy with that trade. No contest for Myanmar.
Okay, no contest for that one. Again, this is what I was saying. I think it'd be difficult for them to really contest that first Lord or even fight that fight. But you know, the way that they come back into this game, even given the fact that 4,000 lead for Indonesia is really utilizing diversion like they have. They've had some pretty good plays, but also Juno. Great thing, Juno hasn't died yet. He hasn't gone down. He's been able to farm up pretty well. He's got the 3 items. He's got the DHS, Corrosive Scythe. He's got the Golden Staff. So he should be able to pump out pretty good damage. Might work on that Wind of Nature next for a little defense. And he's going to be a key component in winning some of these fights. Not only that, but if RubyDD can get the setup that he's looking for with this Dyroth pick, penetrate that armor and set things up here, what do you see?
Wait, did Albert just accidentally get 2 Sky Guardian helmets? I think he did, and he just sold the Sky Guardian helmet to buy another Ares belt. I think that might have been a mistake, man, and that's actually quite a costly one. I don't know if it's a visual bug or if it actually is true that he sold the Sky Guardian helmet, because I saw him pick it up, and there was 2 in the inventory. Juno doing a good job of clearing up top lane now. CW gets rid of the tier 2 in the mid lane as Mlbb as well. Tries to do the same thing, but towards the tier 2 in the bottom lane. CW with a battle mirror image towards the fronts, trying to go for some damage onto Ken, but he will still be able to utilize that turret splash to clear out the waves. And it seems for Indonesia, they want to get rid of all the turrets, all the base turret splashes with the First Lord.
Yeah, that's probably the best that they can do for now. Wow. Even with the lead that they have, they still have to respect the fact that, like I said, setup potential from Myanmar is actually pretty good, and Juno hasn't died, and because he has the 3 items that he really needs to lock in, he doesn't have to worry so much about having the Wind of Nature just yet, as long as they're on the defense. Once they start kind of pressing forward a little bit, obviously Juno's going to want some of that defensive, but he's all, right now he's, oh, hold on, Ken should be fine, gets thrown up into the air. This is all the battle for the orange, though.
Okay, that's a shield unit as well. Now into the Earth Shatter as he gets the stun down. Ken will be knocked back again with the Onward. They go for a flying on the sound, but he's still able to survive right now. The Feather Airstrike popped in, but gets caught by the Petrify as they look for Justin now, who's going to be completely isolated. Mlbb with another Thunderclap, and you might as well call it the Thunder Piercer, because that's what it is on the Masha. Your HP bar just disappears whenever he goes for that Thunderclap. Albert and Keyboy zoning Zide and RubyDD. None of the backliners alive for Myanmar. Indonesia can go for the end right now. Battle Mirror Image, that's giving the Onward to cancel out any sort of re-engage from Zide. RubyDD all alone. They're going to go straight for it. Mlbb again with the Thunderclap and the Sky Piercer to assassinate RubyDD to claim game number 1 for Indonesia.
Man, oh man. I jokingly called it the Thunder Pierce in the draft.
Turns out you're right.
That was exactly what it was, bro. Like, my goodness, does that combination work out so well? This was great to see. It was very enjoying to see that on the Masha. I just don't know how long we're going to be able to enjoy this. Like, I feel like there's some changes coming up for the Sky Piercer.
I feel there's going to be a hot fix.
I feel like there's going to be a hot fix, too. There has to be, because so
maybe
far...
even just tomorrow.
Maybe, because my goodness. And at the same time, when this was locked in, I think even you for yourself, like, you know this very well. You know, you knew that this was going to be a good game here for Lutfi on this Masha pick, and it proved it. And it was very difficult for Ruby DD to do anything on the Dairoth. You know, we're going to look at the highlights here in just a second, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Indonesia also did a really good job at just starting a little bit slow in the early game, but once they got to the objectives and they controlled this portion of the game, they never let go. I mean, even with this exchange, you're already seeing Lupi start this road to domination on the Masha. And, you know, it was good attempts, good plays from Myanmar in the early game, trying to utilize the diversion, utilize the fact that they have a ton of CC with Zidez on this Ruby pick. But I think overall, just the amount of plays that Indonesia was able to make quickly across the map and not have a Lui on their side was a really telling tell for them. I mean, even this, like I said, burst damage, whenever you have the Farsa locked in, is crazy already early game, because you don't really have the defensive magic items that you need to deal with the Feathered Airstrike. You throw in the Masha on top of it, and it gets super tough to deal with in terms of surviving that. This was a great diversion, by the way. I like to see that use, but then again, even with it, they do get CW, but still the fight, that's it. That's all they could do. They get one body. Look at this. Look at the damage. This is what we're talking about. Ruby DD gets chased down. Here's Loopy. Boom. 9999. Sky Piercer Thunderclap, right? So with that, like I said, diversions were pretty good for Myanmar, but once that's gone, then what is your next play if you're Myanmar? Are you able to go toe-to-toe with the lead that Indonesia was having? Because even at this point in the game, 7 minutes in, it was nothing crazy. The lead wasn't anything out of control just yet. But with punishing plays like this and good just timing from, you know, ultimates like the Blazing Duet, the Feathered Airstrike, and even just the setup potential from Indonesia's lineup really helped them out. Myanmar was in this game, I would say, even at this point in the game, but slowly but surely it slipped out of their hands. And when we get to eventually that first Lord, that's really where it got just kind of snowballed in favor of Indonesia. Great flicker play from Sans, very, you know, key style of him to do on this Farsa. Like I said, he's picked it up a couple times to the group stages and has had phenomenal performances so far. And even Albert on this Baksha almost played like an assassin. He was everywhere. Whether he got 2 Guardian Helmets or not, he was everywhere he needed to be on the Baksha, played it very well. And this is what you want to do when you see a Fredrin across from you. The Fredrin was first picked for Myanmar, and they played into it really well by just picking up a Baksha. Nothing too fancy. Honestly, when you look at this game, Indonesia didn't do anything too fancy. It was very foundational skills. The Masha was probably the most fancy thing about it, just because it's such a glass cannon, you know, with the Sky Piercer Rush. But everything was very fundamental here from Indonesia, and it got them that win in a very quick fashion. 12-30 on this, and with a pretty big lead too. And things kind of, like I said, with the draft they had, it just fell into place for them really well here. The damage that you got to see just pumped out from Lutfi, an XP laner on a Masha, is what makes it so scary. Like, Lutfi out-damaged the gold lane and the mid lane. That's probably why, you know, some people are like, hey, take out this Masha, especially when you're facing against Indonesia. Very, very strong performance here from Lupi, and just overall from Indonesia as a team. Myanmar is really going to have to kind of get things situated and figure it out for the next draft, as, you know, we're most likely going to see them get those 2 picks they're looking for based off the priority pick for Indonesia when they flip sides and everything. And they can really start from there, because I don't know, the Dairoth just ended up not working, I feel like, the way they wanted to, or Masha was just the perfect answer to kind of deal with it. The rest of the lineup from Myanmar I actually really liked. It's just, by the time the game got to this point, 12 minutes in, Juno couldn't shine the way he has before, like we've seen on a Nathan. That's why I think the Nathan ban was also very good, and it was on point.
Yeah, respect, right? I think the Natan was just, it makes a whole lot of sense, you know, the fact that, at least for Myanmar, they've been able to get all of their wins with the Natan, even up against Cambodia. If it wasn't a Natan in game number 1, game number 3, when they actually went for a Claude in game number 2 against Cambodia, that was the game that they actually lost. So maybe that is a bit of maybe for the side of Myanmar that Indonesia were able to exploit. They forced the marksman to be picked up in the second phase, and then they banned out the Natan, banning out that signature pick. And like you said, Albert, he's a tank. He's a Baksha. But the Baksha can deal a whole lot of damage. We've already been talking about this all the way from the African regional qualifiers, how broken this hero is, and even, you know, some pro players deciding, even though he's the only magic damage dealer on the opposing team, sometimes they would even still go for the Radiant armor, for the Athena shield as well. You know, some of these just to try to take in and soak in the damage that comes in from the poisons, from his constant skill 2s, and even from the shield unity. The base damage alone, with the help of the concussive blast, it lets you become a fighter and a tank at the same time. And I again want to see if he actually did go for the 2 Sky Guardian helmets, if that was actually a mistake that he made, because it looked like, you know, for a dominating game for Indonesia, it looked like he shouldn't have just 3 items. He should have way more, or at least 1 more item. So I think that might have been like a real mistake that he did.
I was trying to actually go back in the stream and see like what it was that he did, but I think the fact that, I mean, it was a 12.5-minute game, but yeah, because he only had like a couple items there on the box and they were like pretty massively ahead. I think it was a mistake because you know, then once you buy it and then you have to sell it, you lose quite a bit of gold, you know, in that exchange. So, but either way, like I said, for Albert specifically here, what we've seen from the group stage is just, again, a very dynamic player. Not only is he dynamic in game, but he spoke pure English yesterday in the interview, which still I was like, man, that's dynamics right there. So, you know, he's played these assassin picks where he's gone like 16-0. And now he plays the Baksha like this too. And I think it was the perfect fit for this lineup because you're just letting the other lanes really shine with this. Like, they're the ones to do the damage. You're not the assassin anymore. And that showed because Mlbb shining on the damage department, you know, in terms of like, even against a Claude and a Claude, okay, because Claude takes a little more time to build up and get the Blazing Duet off. But like, even to out damage a Farsa, like that was a surprise to me. And I think it just shows how dominant Mlbb was on the Masha pick. So I'm almost expecting, as we wait for the draft for game 2, Myanmar will ban out the Masha. They don't want to deal with it. Maybe this is the time too, like, and they'll probably respect ban Ling still. But I could also just see Indonesia putting an assassin this time if they want to on Albert. Let him have his game now that he's had this Baksha, you know, this Baksha game in the game number 1, and then kind of build from that because I feel like too, depending on how the bans go, priority wise could still be up in the air. So far, man. And it's like, even when I watch the Lo Yi, she's struggling. And I don't know why. The diversions were good. But why is Lo Yi not winning games? Not just here for Myanmar, but like multiple teams. I feel like she's really struggling. And so I don't know if it's just the diversion alone. There's something has happened here, America. I'm not sure what it is. But I think she's still good and teams will still pick her up. There's definitely something happening with the Lo Yi.
She's definitely been capped. I think she's definitely just been limited down, right? Because the fact that her ultimate now, the diversion, has been increased, I think it's to like you know, it's quite long actually, especially for stage 1, right? When you've just leveled it up level 1, it just, oh man, that duration for the cooldown is a bit too long. And you can see that for Lo Yi at least, what made her really strong, on top of obviously having crazy base damage like you mentioned, that is still why she can actually still be picked in the first phase. That's the only reason. Because if it's purely just for the diversion, if let's say she's a late game pick, she's not going to be picked up at all right? She already has that snowballing potential, and even with the diversion getting nerfed, you can still deal a lot of damage. But when the opposing team is able to just weather the storm of that early game damage and also read out the diversions, that's when you have a big problem. For most of the teams that have been, you know, even trying out the Lo Yis, it's still been coming back to hurt them. Indonesia tried to play that against Malaysia, and again, Malaysia were able to weather out the storm in the early game up against that Lo Yi, and also they were able to catch all of the diversions. The diversions won't be as creative as they used to be because now you can't take those crazy risks anymore. I think we saw I think in that game as well, Justin used the diversion in towards like the bush right in front of the purple buff. You remember that? And right as they saw that, they were like, all right, let's go for the Lord. They knew that there was no way for the diversion to be up again within the time span of them taking the Lord. So that in itself is already a big weakness that a lot of teams can exploit for the Lo Yi. You can't even feint anymore. You can't do that anymore because it's just so readable now. And back to your point where you actually were talking about the Masha, I would love to see the Masha banned out too, especially against Mlbb. But the thing is, they're going to have to ban it out in the second phase, I feel. Because in the first phase, it's Ling, Chip, and Angela. Those are the 3 bans that Myanmar went for. And now, especially considering Indonesia will most likely be on blue, not sure again if this is actually going to be the case, right? But even if they stay red, I think it'll still be the same bans. It'll still be Ling, it'll still be Chip and Angela. Those three heroes are just so good for Indonesia, and you really, really can't afford to take or to give it away to them. One way I see it, like the Masha fit in the first phase is through Ken picking up the Ling or through them going for the Chip. They need to pick what they banned out in the first game if they want to go and, let go of one slot to go and replace it for a Masha ban. But the safe choice would be, hey, Lutfi picked it up in the second phase. He's never picked it up in the first phase, at least not yet. You can play that gamble, hope that it doesn't get picked in the first phase, and maybe ban it out in the second phase. But then if it does get picked up in the first phase, we got to start thinking about counters here. The Dairoth was not it. The Dairoth was not a lane that does well against the Masha, at least not there. I don't know if it was the execution or if it just fundamentally loses up in the matchup.
I was trying to think, because after you mentioned it, I was like, I think there was a point when Masha was, for some teams, like in different professional leagues, like it was picked up first pick. Like there was a time when it did happen when she started to rise again through the ranks, and it was either she was flexed as even a roam or she was put in the XP lane. This time around, though, it is going to be Indonesia on this blue side, and then you'll have Myanmar on the red side. And I know, for Indonesia, like you said, these bans are quite similar. Angela is actually going to be taken out by them, the Fairness as well. There's the Ling, the Respect. So, I think it's really up to Myanmar. Like, how do they want to go about that first phase for themselves, depending on what's given up here? And Indonesia, they can really go a couple different ways. Like, they could go in priority an assassin pick early off the bat. They don't have to. They could also, something that's happened with a lot of the games for Indonesia, and I think is a big part of the drafting phase, is the fact that you have quite a bit of flexibility with Keyboy. Keyboy, if you look at the heroes that he's played so far, even through the group stage, like he's phenomenal on the Edith. Like we've already seen that. But yesterday he even picked up the Guinevere roam. And how many massive plays did he make on the Guinevere roam? So, when you have roamers like this on certain teams, it's difficult to go through the draft and really, you kind of just have to pick your poison when it comes to, these bans and what you're willing to give up, because you can only have so many bans. And that's the R-lot that is going to be taken out here for the last ban for the first phase from Indonesia. Myanmar, we'll see what they answer with. Again, there's a whole lot on the table. I think even lately, we've seen so many contests for the Edith pickup from men's and women's. And Edith alone as a hero is probably one of the more successful roams right now, setting up for team. I would say, for Indonesia at least, the Grok. We saw this ban out before, but it's the Lui Yi. So Myanmar took the task of banning out the Chip and the Lui Yi, and so the response is a Harith over here.
They let the Harith go, and technically they also leave the Roger go. So I honestly, with the Loyi ban, it makes sense. I was about to say, before they actually banned the Loyi, that the Harith and Roger will definitely be something in their minds. But letting go of both will be great for them, because then they can actually just decide to react to the pick, whichever Indonesia go for. If they go for the Roger first, Myanmar will react with the Harith. If Harith gets picked up, they'll go with the Roger. So vice versa. We'll see now. Myanmar, I think one slot will definitely be used for the Roger. But now that the Frederick gets picked up, if they do go for the Roger. But now technically it already kind of deletes that flex potential from the game. Roger won't be going into the jungle unless the Fredrin goes XP. And I gotta be honest with you, Naisu, I am a Fredrin XP hater. I am the #1 Fredrin XP hater, right?
Why?
I just hate how, in the XP you want to go for brawls. The Fredrin's like, nah. I don't want to. Yeah, he just wants us to say it.
I'd
Good
win.
Nolan pick though. I'd win, but he eventually he never wins, but he never loses. He's just a non-lane.
It's a
the Torres that
lane.
gets picked as well. And the Nolan's going to be a great pick here. If the Fredrin does go for the towards the jungle, this is what Indonesia have been able to utilize. I think yesterday as well. The multiple layers of damage and the versatility that you get with the Nolan and the Harith. You can go back and forth. You can also still kite, but obviously the #1 way to win with this composition is go for the initial burst, lock them down, and burst them down on the spot.
Man, I'm glad you pointed that out too, because I'm also wondering like if Myanmar picked up the Fredrin like a little bit early here, but you know, because you already know where things are going into place. Okay, Tigreal is what they grab up. I would like to see
Great
them
pick.
ban out Guinevere. I don't know if it's actually worth a ban for Myanmar, but this lineup, when we saw
is.
at least the Harith and Nolan, the Guinevere was for Keyboy. And that was what helped, like the setups with just having a Guinevere for those two heroes alone. And now you have a penalty zone. It was nasty, man. So I feel like for Myanmar, I might think about banning out the Guinevere, letting that be one of the bans here. But, you know, at least they answer it. Hey, they have a Tigreal, pretty good implosion setups that can happen with this lineup, especially when you're fighting into a possible penalty zone, being the initiation. You know, that happens a lot of times so far from when we see Terizla's locked in. It's just, you want to be able to fight into that, because that's going to be a Zaman Force also being dropped down. So they do go with a Roam ban, but it's going to be a Grok instead. And so far, like I was saying before, I think, you know, Keyboy's versatility as a player and his hero pool is kind of what makes this lineup so strong, or just Keyboy so strong in general, is the fact that you can ban out some of the key heroes he picks, but then he kind of just like curveballs and picks a Guinevere, who there are not many roams that are actually confident enough to pick a Guinevere and then play it to the way that he did, like especially yesterday. So now for Indonesia, on the other hand, what do they want to ban out here? You know, some mages, some more mages maybe they could take out, you know, for the mid lane being an option. Wow, a Paquito. Not expecting that, because, man, we have not seen much Paquito throughout this entire ISF run.
Not at all. I don't think we've seen a single Paquito game in the entire ISF for African regional qualifiers combined with the Asian regional qualifiers. So
he popped up in women's today. I remember watching a tournament Rashi. He just popped up once. So that's like, I think, the first time, man.
Yeah, the fact that it's only popped out once, right, means that I don't know about the Paquito. Maybe in these matchups up against the Yuzong, the Terizlas, you know, the two super prio heroes, it just doesn't do too well. Or maybe it's just because now you're kind of forced to commit into these team fights, not so much play the Lord dance anymore, right? But for Myanmar, like you said, I completely agree with you, by the way. The Guinevere makes perfect sense for Indonesia. There's so much value here. Number one, you get the Viral Requiem. That in itself is already an anti-CC that you can utilize to get out of these engages coming in from the Tigreal. They actually go for the Masha ban as well. So 2 XP bans towards Ruby DD. A lot of respect placed down, as they've already revealed their own XP lane with the Terizla. But another reason why the other 2 reasons why it's great is because, number 1, or number 2 actually, the number 1 we already got earlier, is it is a great lockdown hero, a good setter to set up for the Nolan and the Harith damage to come through, and to even set up for the penalty zone to just find a more reliable hit.
Yeah.
But then the final reason has got to be the Fredrin. I think back then when Fredrin was ultra meta, the way that you would actually try to counter it in the jungle would be the Guinevere. The Guinevere would be a solid answer to go for the retreat battles, because you could actually just go away with the spatial migration, get the stun, and it kind of works in a way similar to the Akai. You CC your opponent to get 100-0 retreat, to win out in the retreat battle. And because of the range changes, now the Guinevere we don't see too much in the jungle, but I think for Keyboy, you can still make it work. It's a good Novaria pick, though. I think that will kind of stop and give the Guinevere a hurdle if they do still decide to go for the Guinevere. Because on the Guinevere, you're very reliant on these ambushing attacks. You need to play outside of the vision, right? You have to play within the pockets there, back and forth. Because if you get read out, it's pretty easy to predict, you know, a spatial migration coming in from a Guinevere. You can see it in their eyes almost.
You can see it in their eyes if you were in the first-person view in the Land of Dawn, you know? There it is. I was saying, you know, we saw this iteration already, these combination of heroes with some minor changes. Instead of the Terizla yesterday, it was an Arlot. And instead of the Valentina, yes, it was a Loi Yi. Loi Yi was actually picked up. So, you know, the core 3 there, though, that made it so deadly was the Guinevere, the Nolan, for the most part. Like, early game snowball potential is really there. So I think for Myanmar, as they go for their last pick, they really need to have a kind of a plan in mind. It's going to be the XP lane, unless this is a crazy flex with the Fredrin. Not sure if that's going to happen, though. But the Yuzhong is open. Not sure if they actually want to do that, or maybe possibly go with something we haven't seen yet. I'm just assuming, you know, they go Yuzhong because that's Yuzhong and Terizla matchup we've seen so many times throughout the ISF groups, and they go Cho. Okay, so they go the Cho pick, which you're going to put in the XP lane. What do you think? You think that's good? Do you think this is a good choice?
We did see the Cho yesterday, right? I believe Myanmar versus Thailand. Ruby DD actually did play the Cho in the XP.
Yeah.
So technically, we've already seen that before. He was also able to win, but that was against Thailand. And now against this composition, there's so much anti-CC, so many dashes. I guess the one member you can go for the pickoffs on would be the Nolan. Right now, with the Fracture also, no more, CC immunity, no more kind of built-in Purify with the Fracture. So technically, I see the idea. And especially now that the Cho has been buffed in a way where in the lane, he actually does a lot more damage. That passive has the physical defense shreds. It'll work towards the Roger as well later on in the game. And if you go for these pickoffs, and with the Jeet Kune Do, it allows you to go for the trades a bit more reliably now compared to before when it was a bit shorter. But I'm not a big fan of the Cho in the XP. I think you all know why.
Well, let's find out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2. Match point for Indonesia to move forward and advance to qualifying for the WEC in Riyadh. All they need is this one win to move forward. Myanmar, can they extend the series to get to the 3 game? We're going to have to take a look at this exactly because, yeah, like we said, there's a whole lot of Purifies here to deal with a lot of the CC that Myanmar has available to them. And look at this, already early rotations happening here for Juno. But, one thing too, I'm not sure if anyone's going to get a kill with this early on with this lineup, but with Ruby DD running, like you said, this kind of new Cho, having that passive, I think it's like 180% is what you get with that bonus attack. But then you have a concussive blast. So I'm wondering how the lineup or how the matchup with even going against a Trizla performs in terms of like the numbers and being able to stay, or is it just purely I'm going to go and try to get some pickoffs, because right now they're just duking it out. And you can see Lutby also went up with the Brave Smite. So once he goes with War Axe, most likely he'll be able to just kind of stay in the lane as long as he wants to. So on mid lane, still Albert trying to find early pickoffs, but I just don't think it's going to happen here until these level 4s, especially that Turtle still 30 seconds away. But look at this, Ken fighting for his own XP, and Albert will go ahead and just continue on with this.
I think, with Brave Smite, hold on. Down below, Lycan Pounce, Juno going to be caught in the spatial migration as well. Does have the Purify to get out, but the damage is certainly there. Juno will have to respect it by backing away. But back to the Brave Smite. So most Terizlas that we've seen, especially with the War Axe change, they go for the Impure Rage to get more mana, and then they just go and rely on the sustainability of the War Axe. So the fact that he's doubling down means he's ready for Myanmar's full-on team fight and the longer team fights. As Albert starts his turtle, Keyboy's hovering over, doesn't have that level 4 just yet, but has already been able to shove in that bottom lane, or that mid lane actually. Good Astral Echo, and that's giving the spatial migration. Albert with the Fracture, not even, actually, will be able to go for it. Now Penalty Zone locking him down with the Violent Requiem. Albert picking up the first blood as Zide will be forced to run away, but even then, the Retribution slows him down, gives Albert the movement speed to catch back up and to take him out. A 2-0 start for Indonesia.
Man, this is what I was saying even yesterday, Mirko. Like, once Albert gets snowballing on any of the assassins that he picks up, he's going to continue to just be very aggressive. So you got to be, if you're Myanmar, you got to be able to answer this. And that might just be also protecting Ken a little bit more, because that pressure could get a little overwhelming. You're seeing nothing locked in first item-wise yet for both teams, but Indonesia getting themselves already 2K ahead against Myanmar with all those exchanges is where they usually start their games. It starts a little bit slower, they get the advantage going, and then it snowballs out of control. We saw this the last time, like I said, continuously with this lineup, these 3 heroes, the Keyboy on that Guinevere, you have Albert on the Nolan, and of course a CW on the Harith. There's a ton of damage potential that can happen here early on. And for Myanmar, they have tanky enough heroes. But, that's kind of what they're hoping for, that we're just tanky and durable enough to deal with the burst damage that can come through. I mean, even look at this. Ken.
Spatial migration again with the Violent Requiem straight into the Fracture, and Zide will be able to get the implosion down. Sans, an implosion as well, not connecting to anyone, but Zide will still be melted down slowly but surely for Albert to pick up a killing spree in the first 3 minutes of the game. Deja vu to game 1 yesterday, or game 2.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying, though? Like Myanmar, they drafted this because they're like, I hope we're tanky enough to go and deal with this burst, but it's just showing that they're not. And a lot of that has to do with the way Indonesia is cycling through their CC. And that's whether, and we talked about this extensively in the draft, that Keyboy was probably going to pick up the Guinevere, and I'm surprised that it actually wasn't banned out for the last ban from Myanmar, because it works wonders with this lineup. So now that this turtle's up here, Myanmar, despite them being down already, 3,000-4,000 gold, they do still want to fight for this objective. And as long as they at least, watch out for Keyboy setting up just like that, that's good. They don't get set up, so at least, they avoid it for now, but still they have to win this battle. Echo going to be dropped down too. They get the vision, but still both teams are ready to go for it. It's going to be a full-on fight.
The penalty zone onto Ken now with the implosion as well, locking him down. Lippy dealing a lot of damage. Ken will be taken out with the hammer swings as CW jumps with the synchro vision and Albert gets rid of the frontliners. Juno completely zoned away. They're being overwhelmed by damage. Another spatial migration into the Violet Requiem. Keyboy finding an angle to attack again, and Justin doesn't have mana to play with. Oh no, Astral Recall means that Albert can just walk up Fracture, and now the Lethal Ignition taking down slowly but surely. Albert fadeaway kill under the tier 2 as he now goes for the steal. I don't think he'll be able to do so. Ken has the retribution, but man, Albert's already 3 levels ahead.
Oh, awesome. We're going to take a look at this replay here on how this kind of unfolded. And like I was saying, Myanmar, I'm surprised they really do want to go and fight for this, because, wow, that's all in reverse, by the way. So it's all in reverse, I think. But
dynamics, bro.
The dynamics. But, as we saw that unfold, it was Myanmar just choosing to fight for that. And honestly, it didn't work out for them the way they wanted it to. And Albert also, with that whole exchange, now picks up the Sky Piercer. And look at Keyboy. Like, this is just how confident Keyboy is with this Guinevere. Given the information, he's the walking ward.
Facial migration only onto the orange buff. Albert decides to just take it away from Ken. Being 4 levels ahead, it does, look quite easy to go for these steals. But, man, the fact that he was... What is up with Albert on the Assassins? It just... Do you remember last game? He played the Baksha. It looked like, okay, he's good. But on the Assassins, it's a different level entirely. Ruby DD. Kudo, I don't think you can really even go for this. Loopy going to be able to out-damage Ruby DD. And that's right, Keyboy! Again with the Violet Requiem, locking Justin up as Loopy goes in for the hammer swing, and Keyboy gets out. Albert with Fracture, now CW goes over the spot for Sans again with the implosion steal to corral them together for that collapse. 11-0, and now it's going to be Ruby DD who gets slain by CW.
My goodness, just like yesterday. The same thing is happening with this lineup that just has a few changes, but what the heck? Indonesia just pulling forward again. Myanmar, you guys have to understand, Myanmar was basically undefeated in the group stage. They just dominated time and time again, and now Indonesia, even though they lost in the group stage, at this point it looks like they are playing perfectly with this lineup, with this composition of heroes even. And Albert, yet to be killed, yet to be stopped, picks up a Malefic Roar. I don't even know what Myanmar can do at this point. They have to somehow, some way allow Juno to get online. And this is exactly why I say, man, I don't like Roger in the gold lane. I'd rather have him in the jungle, because it's just so difficult for him to farm up at this point to get the space that he needs to work with. And I mean, you're looking at the disparity in terms of the gold. He's also just very far behind CW right now. He hasn't died, which is great, but look at all the setup potential you have with these heroes, and you have no follow-up. If he enters, if Juno tries to go in, even Lycan pounce in, he's probably going to get blown up before he gets a chance to get a hit off. That's the troubling part about having this Roger in the gold lane. And so now you're forced, hold on.
Keyboy going to be locked down, by the way, the Dragon as well, and Keyboy will be locked down by everything in the kitchen sink to get Myanmar their first kill in the game. CW going for the chase though. Opts him on force, will not be able to fully go for that kill onto Juno, who still has the Purify, but Indonesia wanna utilize this resource advantage now. As Ruby DD walks up again with the Shunpu, it's gonna be Albert walking up, dealing some damage back onto Ken, forcing him to half HP as Sans deals with them in the back as well, isolating and zoning them away from this tier 2 in the mid lane.
Oh, Sans also picks up the implosion, so we might have to keep an eye on a possible play. Doesn't have a flicker, it went with the Purify instead, but can still possibly use that in quite a surprising way. You'll have to see it unfold. Taking a look at the items real quick too, you can see them coming into place already. CW has those 3 items working on the next here. Could be a Holy Crystal next, or just going into even some more penetration, because right now there's just too much damage overloading Myanmar. When they get a pick off with Ruby DD, it's great, but he has to do so much work to get it through. So as they try to defend this tier 2 turret, look at this. Albert's just going to go ahead and start up the Lord. He doesn't need the rest of the team to come here. They can just keep this, Myanmar at bay from even entering their jungle. Ruby DD, like, just trying to make something happen will just get poked down, and that's just Sans. Sans is 0, and 10. It's nearly impossible to get the kill on this Valentina. So with that, Myanmar is going to find themselves once again on the defensive, trying to hold on the best they can. For Indonesia, with the tools they have and the fact that Sans has an implosion, they could possibly force this situation in here. And shields are going to be popped already before that Lord even gets there. Holy Crystal just picked up by CW, so the damage is now even further ahead for Indonesia in terms of potential. Myanmar on the defense.
A lot of battle spells already back up. It's gonna be just almost decimated there by the fracture penalty zone on the 3 Mlbb. Again with the engage, and now he's going to put Zaman Force onto the back, doing a lot of damage. Ruby DD will lose his life, and Side as well just gets melted down, completely obliterated under the base turret as Indonesia continue the siege. Now into the top lane. That's going to be base turret number 2 taken down as Mlbb zones them again with some damage on that hammer, swinging it by Ken. Going to take a little bit of that. Sans again also goes for the splash. Albert looking for the play. Keyboy again with the spatial migration into the winter crown as he pops into Battle Requiem, and look at Justin, who can't even defend. Juno forced back all the way to the fountain. Ruby DD spawns back in, but Indonesia 16-1 have just dominated Myanmar in a clean sweep.
Oh man, a clean sweep. My goodness, the ending there, like, I knew that they were very far ahead, Mirko. I knew that, it was highly likely that Indonesia was going to punch it in there, but usually we see teams being able to clear out the first Lord possibly, and, at least buy a little more time. But Keyboy again on this Guinevere. He did it in the same fashion that they did yesterday in the game 2. Exactly, the Winter Crown. And not only that, but he did the same thing yesterday with hitting 3 targets. But this time it was key because as they got more members off the list, they could punch it in and end the game here. And they get the sweep. And, we don't know exactly what's going to set up for the grand final, but maybe Indonesia is on their route to deal with some revenge towards Malaysia. If Malaysia moves forward, we don't know that just yet because that's the match later on. But right now, they have secured their spot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. But we'll take a look at the highlights here once again for Indonesia. Very much a highlight reel for them. And it just looked like, straight from the draft, we already knew kind of the game plan from Indonesia because we saw this yesterday and how dominant it was. And you're thinking, Myanmar being undefeated and a great team themselves, they would be able to handle it. And I think when you look at the draft, that was the idea. Let's try to be tanky enough to survive the burst possibility that could happen like we saw from Albert yesterday on this Nolan pick plus the Guinevere. But I think it's just too much. It's you're CC'd for so long with the spatial migration, with the Violent Requiem, and then, you have that burst potential. And that's just the 2 that we're talking about. Even with this fight here in the mid lane, you can just see how overloaded things were for Myanmar so early in the game. I mean, in a similar fashion, Indonesia, they knew their power spikes. They knew how to get control in the early part. They knew how to punish. And that's tough. You see that from Ruby DD. This is a good pick off. But earlier, the amount of effort that has to happen here for Ruby DD, to get close to a target, to pick them off, is so difficult. Great penalty zone into the base, under the Zaman Force once again. And that's what makes this so devastating of a combination. Penalty zone, Zaman Force, you're forced to fight in it. There's Keyboy getting that set up to get Ken out. And then they just end the game here. And even CW there on the back, just getting those extra kills, of course. And it was too late. I mean, 16-1. Under 11 minutes from Indonesia. Like, I don't know if this is actually their fastest game in account to some of the off-stream games that they have, but this is dominant.
Fastest stream game for sure.
Fastest stream game for sure, and my goodness, Indonesia just had this game plan in mind from the draft. They executed it perfectly, and they got them the snowball that they needed here. Myanmar really didn't have room to breathe because, again, when you look at a Roger in the gold lane, it's difficult. It's really difficult to farm up the way that you need to. You can see the huge gold difference between Juno and CW. The Roger just didn't work out the way that they wanted it, and it couldn't get online fast enough. And even if it did, I feel like even if Juno had more gold, more items that he needed, the team fighting would have been very difficult. Even with a good implosion and everything, maybe you could have turned that around and made something happen. But I just think with a Roger gold lane against this Harith, it was not going to work out in the end. So unfortunately for the lineup, even though it was tanky, it had good vision with the, having the Novaria there. But it was difficult. It was difficult to watch because of just how strong Indonesia played this lineup. And it was very reminiscent of yesterday.
It really is. It definitely feels like deja vu. It's almost like they replayed the exact same game they played against Thailand. It also happened in game number 2. My question, right, is what is Myanmar? What happened to Myanmar? Myanmar were also so good. You were mentioning it already. In their groups, undefeated. They didn't even drop they dropped one game against Cambodia. And then after that, they just steamrolled through everyone else in their groups. To see them go out in this way is kind of sad, especially, after that interview with Justin. He kind of promised us that he would meet us later on in Riyadh for Iesf for the main stage. It's unfortunate for Myanmar. I really hope they come back stronger with this performance, because definitely there were a lot of things to dissect, to go back and review again, to come back stronger. But got to give it over to the player of the match, man. The man that has been getting the most hate out of every single member. Maybe most hate in Indonesia for the last 2 days, especially after the loss against Malaysia. After the 2-0, everybody was just, trying to find a scapegoat. And who better than Albert, the guy who is replacing the main jungler usually for Fnatic Onyx. And he just comes in yesterday as well, on these assassins and shuts everybody up. He shuts everybody up real good with another 0 death performance on the assassin. So for Albert, this I think is his stat right now, his record right now. In all of the assassin games that were at least streamed, he hasn't died a single time.
Poof! What is his KDA is my question. Right?
10-0 today. Yesterday it was 16-0 on the Nolan, and it was 13-0 with the Ling. So someone calculate that, right? I'm not that good at maths. Quick maths. But for you guys out there, go ahead and calculate it, man.
We're just wannabe analysts.
Insane number, bro. I think, all right, 13 plus 16, that's 29, right? And plus 10, so it's 39-0. KD. The A, I'm not going to count the A, all right?
I get it. I think Albert really stepped up because we know how the fan base can be. We know how, fervorous they can be. We know how dedicated this fan base can be. And I feel like anytime you are, let's say any team that you are the jungler for, you have the most eyes on you. Because for the longest time, Mirko,
especially on assassins.
Yeah, especially on assassins, but also even before we had this kind of shift happen where it was so much of this, how good is this jungler for retributions? How fast can they retribution? Because it was all about the retribution dance. And then now it's kind of shifted where it's like, okay, you have these assassins once again shining, and you still have the eyes on you. You still have them on you because of the fact that they want to see you make the plays. But again, I think a big part of Albert's success and any of the junglers out there is obviously the team, but also Keyboy, a key component, whether it's Albert, whether it's whoever it may be. The point is this lineup works really well with what they draft, whether it's a utility jungler, whether it's an assassin jungler, and they make it work. And just the teamwork that you see kind of unfold here from the Indonesian team is something that I think a lot of teams will look up to, and they probably have for a long time. I know the fan base, like I said, can be very heated on what they want to say or what they feel, but at the end of the day, this Indonesian team right here has proven that even when they go and face adversity, which was the loss that they faced, they can step back up. And we heard too, you have to think, all these teams are preparing for multiple events, and they get only so many hours in a day for scrimmage.
That's true.
And so for them, this is part of it. Like the adjustments that they made just from, that one loss that they had. And then they came out swinging yesterday and today to the point where is the weak point for them? Like this is just a very strong showing from Indonesia's ability to rise up against adversity.
Right.
And that's what we saw from them. So
you know what the weak point is usually?
What is the weak point?
For this Indonesian team, particularly for this roster?
What is it?
Usually their interviews. They give very basic answers usually. So we'll test them with the interview.
Let's test them. All right, let's call up. Let's go ahead and call up everybody. I'm going to make sure my VMix is ready. And we're going to call up the entire Indonesian team, by the way. So let's go ahead and welcome up the Indonesian team. Call them up here for the interview with me and Mirko. Of course,
Hello.
Let's see. Hello.
See, man. Hello.
Hello, guys. Congratulations. Very strong win. Wait, they just got the blanket. I thought it was something else, man. Again, congratulations, guys. You have locked in your slot to WEC 2024, and also you still have a grand final match later on, which is just it's a best of one. Who are you looking to see? Are you guys looking to see some revenge? Are you looking forward to Malaysia winning their next match to go face off in the grand final?
Balik enam nggak Malaysia?
Di final lawan Malaysia. Jawab. Gilang. Kalau dari aku sebenarnya siapa aja? Nggak ada.
Pakai bahasa Sunda.
Bahasa Indonesia.
I need a translator, Mirko. I need a translator.
Don't worry, I got you.
Ya kita
Alright.
tinggal tunggu sampai jadi yang itu kita lawan.
All right, so according to Sans, he really, it doesn't matter as long as he gets to face off against the best team, I guess. Like whoever qualifies, he's fine with it. No problem for him. All right, so I got a question as well.
Gotcha.
I think I have to throw this at Albert, the guy who's been getting all the hate after that loss against Malaysia. How are you feeling right now, Albert, after having a solid performance? Solid is an understatement. You were performing like a madman on these assassins. 0 deaths on the assassins. The stream matches at least, right? So yesterday, Albert, you had a great performance on the Nolan. You said that, the opponents aren't that strong. Thailand weren't that strong. Today you faced off against number 1 in Group A, and you did the same thing. What was the idea behind that? How are you so good on the Nolan, bro?
Kenapa Nolannya keren banget? All good.
Okay. English.
That's the phrase, nice. We just answered with biasa aja. It's like it's normal. It's normal. Yeah, it's a classic one. This is why it's the weakness point of them, for the interviews. You have any other questions?
The interviews. I was gonna say I think Albert spoke more in his solo interview yesterday, with the English. But so I guess last question for you guys, for me anyway. Are you enjoying the patch? Is this a refreshing change to the meta game? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you like this change from everything being utility junglers?
Kiboy want to answer. Enjoy nggak patch barunya, boy? Let's go. In English.
Go, Kiboy.
In English, boy. I'm not translating. English.
Okay, try. For me, yeah, look at so good. Like we enjoy to learn something new, and we can try so many hero gameplay, and Coach Yep very like the patch.
Coach Yep's happy.
Coach Yep's very happy.
Thank you, Kiboy. Thank you, guys. Mirko, you good?
I got one last question. Yeah, I got one last
Go for it.
question here, and it has to be to the CEO. So, question to CEO, Captain Boots, Mr. Boots, CEO Boots, when will you play?
I'm coach right now.
All right, so he's the boss right now. That's it, okay? Do you want to tease us, Coach Boots, what do you want to pick for your team next time? Anything in the drafts?
Gua nggak bisa kasih tahu sekarang sih.
English.
English. I'm not
English.
translating, Boots.
Coach Boots.
I'm not translating, bro. You gotta do it.
Jaketnya udah keren banget tuh, bro.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay,
Guys,
let's
thank
see.
you. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations again. And we'll see you guys in the grand finals.
Okay.
See you. Thank you.
See you. Good, bro.
Bye bye. Congrats.
There you go, man. CEO Boots.
There we go, bro. Yeah, Coach Boots. We got Keyboy speaking English. It's all a bunch of new things happening here. I'm actually
They're
surprised.
evolving,
man. I
man.
don't know.
They're no longer
They're
boring in
evolving.
interviews, man.
Hey, what's up with Albert though? He's way in the back, and he spoke more English to us yesterday. Today he was shy.
All right. Note to self, right? For every caster that
Note to
wants to
self.
interview, for any caster who wants to interview this roster, get them one by one to do interviews, especially Albert. If Albert is with his friends, he just becomes a shy boy. I don't know why that happens, but we got to get him alone. He was actually answering with some really good answers yesterday to our questions.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, actually, he really did. But again, it was great to have the whole team there, and after this big victory for them, because again, they secured their spot going to WEC, and that was the main thing for them. And now you heard it there. They don't, for Sans and the rest of the team, I'm sure, they don't mind who they go up against. Either it's Malaysia, they get to go for a revenge match, or they go against Cambodia, another team they know very well from the international stages. They just want to go against the best team. And so this next matchup that you guys get to watch, is it going to be Malaysia? Is it going to be Cambodia? Which team will be the second team to secure their spot for the WEC in Riyadh later this year? Where then everybody gets to battle it out, So I don't know, man. When I look at this matchup right here, Malaysia is the team that beat Indonesia in the group stage, right? But Cambodia has looked pretty darn good too. I'm gonna say though, Malaysia, I feel like they've been cooking. They've got something going on here, and I think they could possibly end up taking the series. But I would love to see this, Mirko, because we only have a best of one later for a grand final. Because at that point, both those teams that are there, they've already locked their slots in, right? It's just almost for bragging rights. I want to see this go 3 games. How about you?
I really hope so, man, because Cambodia, even though they haven't been able to beat Myanmar, they haven't been able to beat at least the top dogs that we're expecting coming into this tournament, they've been able to pull off some big shockers too, and you can never, write off Cambodia. They're always able to pull off some shockers. I think even in Iesf 2022, when I got to cast them, a lot of teams, a lot of countries were actually, thinking, okay, Cambodia, they're not really going to be this strong, and they came out swinging. They came out with a crazy meta, with a crazy performance, and they were able to, I think they got top 3 in 2022. Top 4. Yeah.
They did, yeah. Both the teams have
Let's
a
go.
lot of good history. Yeah, 3-game series, that's what we're hoping for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break, about a 10-minute break for you guys watching with us online. And we're going to go ahead and get our refreshments. Hope you guys get yours as well. We'll be back after this. I'm Naisu, that's Mirko. We'll be back after the 10-minute break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Asian Regional Qualifiers for our second match of the day. We finished off day number 4 earlier with a crazy match, number 1, 2-0 to Indonesia against Myanmar. I think a lot of people, especially the Indonesians, they definitely expected it. But me, myself, and Naisu, I think we were quite shocked by the result, especially the result of game number 2, Naisu. Game 1, it was still a bit back and forth. We did see, Myanmar go and fight for these objectives and almost taking back the lead towards them with some of these crazy flanks for the Lo Yi. But in game 2, complete domination. Will we see the same thing from Malaysia up against Cambodia, or will we finally get to see? Please. It's been a whole day since we got to see a full game series. But yeah, this match, Malaysia versus Cambodia, has a big chance to go for all 3 games. I think Naisu already mentioned earlier that for Malaysia, for Cambodia, Malaysia definitely looked like the better team on paper. Theoretically, they're the better team. They have clean macro. They were able to 2-0 Indonesia, and logically, Indonesia 2-0'd Myanmar, and Myanmar beat Cambodia, right? So Cambodia, they're a bit more scrappy. They like to go for these team fights. They like to go for skirmishes. And if they don't get these skirmishes, and if they get denied of these skirmishes, it usually is a bad thing for them. We spoke to them, me and Eterna, yesterday to Paragon, and they weren't happy with their performances in the group stages. So I'm expecting Cambodia to level up by quite a bit. Even though it's only been a whole day, I think, these teams have showed that they can do that. They can improve that fast.
I think part of this, as we look at the lineup here for Malaysia, Yum, Stormy, Skies, Gojez, and Lalil for them. And by the way, I think isn't it Skies that is the only one with the pentakill? Pentakill.
Savage. Yeah.
Savage, isn't he the only one with the Savage here? And with that, I think even with the fact that you're picking up these assassins and everything else, it's interesting because so far we've seen the rise once again of these assassin jungler players, and then at the same time, really the compositions change here. And I think I said this even before we saw them beat before they even beat Indonesia. I was like, Malaysia, they're known for that Longar strategy. That play style of theirs has been apparent for many years. And so I think they're one of the teams that has really profited on the changes that are happening. And I'm sure as we get closer to some of the major tournaments coming up soon, there's still going to be changes happening, hot fixes happening, of course, out there. But I would say this team from Malaysia shines really well with the current changes. Indonesia does too, we just saw it. And yeah, I'm still surprised, man, that was actually a sweep, because against Myanmar, who was, undefeated technically and very, very strong, I was thinking we would see them go the distance in the 3 games. But, I think playstyle wise, everyone right now in Asia is rejoicing because of just some of the changes that have happened, where it's not so much that slower pace gameplay. Don't get me wrong, objectives are still important, and we see this from time to time. But so far, it's been refreshing to see a lot of these teams bring that playstyle back that was kind of on the back burner for a little bit. Not that they couldn't play it before, but they had to have a certain instance for it. So for Cambodia here, take us through that lineup.
It's going to be Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. But honestly, looking at the lineup coming in from Cambodia, we've seen that for them especially, they've been able to utilize a whole lot of their substitutes. By a whole lot, I mean just one. Because compared to all the other teams, all the other teams have just been sticking to one lineup. Cambodia is one of the rare cases where we actually do get to see the jungler swap, some of these players swap as well. I think they also have a substitute roamer, which is Paragon, someone I got to talk to even yesterday with the interview with Eterna with Paragon after Cambodia's win over Thailand 2-0. I asked them if Lucas is the main jungler or if it's Tuzu, because we got to see Tuzu just yesterday, and it was a bit different. Lucas, he plays the assassins real well as well, but maybe from the games against Myanmar, from what we've seen at least, it does seem like Lucas is a bit more comfortable on the utility junglers compared to Tuzu. For Tuzu, he's an absolute beast on these assassins. On the Hayabusa.
Didn't he play Hayabusa?
Yeah, exactly, right. Getting a 2-0 on the Hayabusa, clean sweeping Thailand, performing so well. And having that layer where you can actually keep on swapping. If the assassins don't work, maybe you go to Lucas back again if you want to go for the utility, if you want to go for the slow build-up. But I think for Cambodia, the biggest concern has got to be how they're able to almost win out in every single early game that they play. They won against Myanmar, they won against Thailand, but for some reason, when they get the gold lead, it actually works against them. they get overconfident, they overextend a whole lot. They go for the skirmishes that they're not supposed to. And even Paragon said this in the interview. He's like, yeah, this is why we're not really happy with our performances in the group stages. We're not happy with our performance even against Thailand yesterday, despite them getting a 2-0. Because even though it was a 2-0, it wasn't a clean game. It wasn't a disciplined
It took
game.
a little longer, if I remember right.
It took way too long. Even he said, like, dude, that game should have ended like in 13, 14 minutes. But, you know, we made
24
some big mistakes, that led up to it going all the way. Almost, a 30-minute game, almost. Because technically, in that game, Thailand almost got the final Lord. And if they did get that, who knows what the timers would be. Up against Malaysia, though, you cannot do that. Indonesia, they fumbled quite a bit in the mid game and they were punished instantly. And we saw how good Indonesia is up against Myanmar. So for Cambodia, they need to force that Langgar style out as well. That's like technically for Cambodia, that's also kind of the same style that they have, right? They want to go for these brawls, they want to go for the aggression, but they need to know when to stop. Someone in the team needs to know when to pull the brakes for the rest of the team, because they're great in these skirmishes. But yeah, they have that tendency. That's very, very bad for a competition, especially now that you're playing to qualify to the main event. You cannot make those mistakes. You cannot. Oh man, you can't risk it. That crazy overextension is not worth it.
I don't know if this is going to happen, if we're going to see this, Mirko, but I was looking at the games that Malaysia played. I think it was yesterday, day two for them that were off stream, and something that picked up for me was they played a Bane jungle off stream. And this was actually because we were talking about it earlier, like what was the Indonesian on stream, the live stream game was the fastest. Well, they had a 9:32 game with the Bane jungle.
Who were they up against?
They were up against Laos. Yeah. So there's something to be said about that, but I'm wondering exactly how many heroes we could possibly see in the jungle with this, because like you said, there could, of course, be some adaptability going on here as we jump into the draft for game number 1.
All right, so still going to the Angela ban for Malaysia. Now that they have a new hero in their arsenal, in their inventory, they could definitely try to utilize it here by banning out the core heroes like the Lings, the Rogers as well, and maybe first picking that Bane. I don't know where the Bane actually fits in the prio levels, if it's first pick prio, first phase prio, or do you want to pick it up as kind of a trade later on in the second phase? So that's something that we are also going to have to try to read out, because it did happen in an off-stream match. With an Angela ban and the Herald ban, so far it's pretty normal. Cambodia want to take all these, first pick prios as much as they can away from Malaysia. We know that Malaysia, especially if they get their hands on these initial burst heroes like the Harith, even at this point the Lings, it's not really initial burst for the Ling, but it can be because of the Sky Piercer. That's how broken the Sky Piercer is. You go over to the Defiant Blade, that one combo can get people assassinated instantly, even tanks in the later stage of the game. But it's going to be the fairness. So yeah, Malaysia, like we said, playing into that instant burst, they want to get rid of any sort of delaying abilities that could actually delay the fights. And as predicted as well, it's going to be a Ling ban from Cambodia towards Malaysia. Gotta respect it. Indonesia didn't respect it, and they saw exactly why they should.
I think both these teams, man, like priority, just knowing how they played through the group stage, might be a Roger. I think that's number one. Maybe even we see, which could be flexed. But so far, we want to see that, I would say for both of us, we want to see that in the jungle instead. So I think I like how they're taking their time, of course, through this draft, because we know what's on the line. They are going to ban out the Yuzhong, though. Again, a hero that is picked up by both these teams quite a bit. And I think another hero of contention between both of them might even be some of the roamers like the Minotaur or the Edith. For either of them. And then, as we go through that, because like I said, roamers for all these teams that have competed, even now, all the teams that you can think of, they're pretty much a key component for teams starting early on and getting the momentum. Right now, everything we've seen, I don't know what the average game time would be, but if I had to guess, probably around 15 minutes, 13 to 15 minutes. They're rather quick. So if you have a really good roamer that allows you to set things up early on, like an Edith, like a Grok, a Minotaur, then great. But, this is interesting, man. A Chip first pick? When was the last time we saw Chip first pick? Maybe day one? It's been a minute. Maybe in Africa qualifiers, but Chip has either been banned out or just has been slept on.
completely slept on. We haven't seen Chip at all. In the batting phase, we did see Chip, banned by both Indonesia and Myanmar, but actually it was Myanmar for both sides, on blue side and on red side. But it does seem like for Malaysia, at least, for Yoms, he has that vibe around him that he can actually make the Chip work, right? Because he's a very, very aggressive. Even saying that, Yoms is a very aggressive roamer sounds wrong, because it feels like it's an understatement. Because if there's a word over aggressive, that's even over and over aggressive, then that would be the word that I would use to describe Yoms. A super duper, like, crazy aggression level would be how you can describe Yoms. And yeah, with the Chip, it makes sense for Malaysia as well. If they want to go for the instant burst, like we mentioned earlier, it would be really good to have someone with the global presence, and that's why it actually worked so well for them against Indonesia. Not with the Chip though, it was with a Moskov. They had the global presence, right as I say it on cue, they go for the Moskov as well. So double the global presence, double the activeness all around the map. And my question now is for Malaysia, maybe we haven't been seeing a whole lot of these global presence heroes work too well. Is it because of the commitments onto the neutral objectives, right? Because technically for the Moskov, it's great. You can participate in a lot of these fights, you can stay active, but you need to land your ability. If you don't land your ability, you're kind of forced into the bottom lane, you're kind of forced into the split push, you're giving a massive advantage to the opposing team. And in this particular case as well, it's not really a good matchup for the Moskov up against the Roger. Where will the Chip fit in? How will the Chip fit in? Because for Cambodia, it feels like, at least for the Asian regional qualifiers, Chip hasn't been super prio, and whenever it has been picked up, we haven't really seen a convincing Chip play. I trust Yoms, but also I don't trust Chip.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And even with all that, like, I'm glad you really talked about the Chip here, because that's something we just haven't seen. It's almost like the Lui, like you said, in the same position where it's like it's just fallen off for some reason, and teams have been struggling to make it work. And part of that also could be just we're not getting to the natural, like, late game stages of games that we're used to seeing, where, those big ultimates really do cause a lot of issues later in the portion of the game. So it was Cambodia, by the way, that picked up the heroes that I was really talking about too. The Edith is locked in. They got themselves the Roger. Now they have the Terizla, which, again, it was Malaysia that banned out the Yuzhong. So, they have a solid choice already for the first phase for Cambodia, and they actually have a lot of room to move around with this. Still in their mid lane option, Navari was banned out, but I think Cambodia, they could even take up a Farsa if they wanted to, or one of these higher damage, options for the mid lane. Even Valentina Valentina's taken, so they have to kind of have a response to that. I think the gamble with Farsa anytime you have a Valentina across from you is like, do you want to give up another, do you also want to give up the feathered airstrike? Because then you're fighting, fire with fire, basically. So that's something that Cambodia has to deal with in terms of, like, what do they want to round this lineup out? It's a good, solid choice to ban out multiple assassins, because they don't want to deal with the amount of snowball potential that can happen here, like we saw, throughout their performance for Malaysia. And there you go. Last ban is actually interesting. It's Kadita here.
Respecting a lot of the initial bursts that could actually be utilized by Cambodia as well, because with their composition, it already does one thing really well, which is locking you down. They have a penalty zone, they have the onward earth shatter, and obviously the primal rat that can pop in the immobility field. So for Cambodia, it really looks like they want to be the ones utilizing what Malaysia did to Indonesia. They want to force these fights to go in one way, which is straight into that dive, straight into that skirmish, locking them down and letting the backline just deal damage. But now my question is, with the Novaria and the Kadita banned out, what's going to be the choice for Ra in the mid lane? Because we did see a Iesf from Ra yesterday. Yep. We have seen Ra pick up some of these heroes, but like you mentioned, it's a Valentina already in the hands of Malaysia. They're going to have, crazy levels of power if they go for the real world revelation steal, and we do get to see the Bane, by the way. We were expecting it from Malaysia because they have utilized it. But I guess it's a good deny ban. It's a good deny, deny pick. And it's also a great pick for them, because we were mentioning earlier how they need extra damage now to capitalize on the lockdown power that they already have with the Edith and the Terizla. And yeah, Bane does that, with the Sky Piercer especially. You're shooting out execute bullets with that skill 1, and you're passive. Ooh. Demolishing an entire team sometimes. Skies will be on the Fanny. That's a glue pick too. Interesting stuff for Malaysia.
Okay. I wasn't expecting even the Fanny pick, but hey, when you ban all nearly all the assassins that most of the junglers have been picking. Why not pick up the Fanny? I'm not sure if we've actually seen on stream a Fanny game. One that I can recall, I can't really think of.
Not yet.
Maybe off streams they've happened, you know, off the stream. So this will be interesting to see how Malaysia goes with this, because I do think maybe they were leaning towards the Bane pick. So, but this is still going to put the Roger in the gold lane, now that you have this Bane, unless something crazy, you know, some kind of crazy flex happens, and then they get a Xavier. This kind of slipped my mind, the Xavier pick, because I feel like every time that we have seen it pop up, it's still good, don't get me wrong, but it takes a little bit of time to really show its effectiveness. Exactly. And that's something that's natural about Xavier. All you Xavier mains know this out there too. You need to get to the late game, and so far, like what I'm saying, like Malaysia's games especially are not usually getting to that point. Like they're ending pre 15 minutes. And I feel like Xavier really hits that power spike and shines 15 minutes onward, or maybe even 18 minutes onward, when, you know, it's just a snappy cooldown, dawning light everywhere you go. And so this is an interesting lineup for Cambodia. And even with the Bane, because we didn't get to see it on stream, I can't wait to see this kind of unfold for game one.
The Bane with the Sky Piercer, with the burst build, it should be, right? We saw this for a couple of teams already, but yeah, Malaysia off stream. This is the first time that we are going to be seeing it streamed. So ladies and gentlemen, are you team Bane, or are you team, whoa, Run the King on the Warcry Roger? Very, very interesting stuff as we get into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of match number 2. Who will be the second team to qualify to Iesf 2024 WEC Riyadh? Will it be Cambodia or will it be Malaysia? Leave your predictions in the live chat right now. First blood, what?
What happened? Sorry, Felix is not sorry about that. Gets the first blood and is going to force Gojas back too. Boxing just staying here. Now Gojas is actually in a very bad situation. He's going to have to go back unless they just trap him under the turret. It looks like they're going to do just that. So interesting. First blood already. Here we go. We're going to take a look. This one's not a replay now, but yeah, just look at this. Like, what happened?
That's the Cambodian aggression that we were expecting all the way from the start of the game. I guess just the understanding that they would actually have more pressure when it comes to the early fight. Stormy?
Oh, again, in the mid lane, Stormy. Boxing is... did I not say that the Iesf has been just performing like crazy? But look at the Fanny damage is going to be there under the turret. And Skies will go and get this kill, putting Malaysia on the board now. At least finding an answer to what I was saying. You know, Boxing is being a threat here on the Iesf.
Well played, right? Because it's already very uncharacteristic for Malaysia, or maybe it is characteristic. Very aggression at the start. It's just Cambodia know how to go up against an aggressive team because they themselves are an aggressive team. Maybe for Cambodia, it's about them just looking in the mirror and seeing, oh, Malaysia plays the same way. It's just us, but in a different flag, with a different composition here. And this lead that Felix has, by the way, in the bottom lane, when there's another skirmish, Edith.
Another skirmish, all for the resources. As you were saying, the lead that he has.
Yeah, it's a big lead that the Terizla has in the bottom lane. He will be able to get level 4 first. So Lucas on this Bane will actually have a very, very good time. Yums is still level 2.
Yeah, again, Deadliest Catch. Look at the damage coming out from it. It is going to be Boxing that gets the kill, but man, Deadliest Catch. Deadly damage, and that's going to get them the turtle as well as Lucas swoops in. Now they're going to find it out. Oh, the lockdown is on point from Sorry I'm Felix as he uses the penalty zone to even catch Skies. Huge win for Cambodia.
You could have Sorry in your name, but it didn't look like he was sorry at all. For the 2-3 kills that he gets all the way from the start of the game, Cambodia starting things off really, really strong, and now utilizing the strength in the top side again.
Again, the top side, Lolil gonna be in trouble. Couple hits away, but won't be able to get the kill, and now Yums joins the fight. Dawning Light gonna find Lolil. Couldn't escape that one, but now Sky's punishes. Will pick up the Sky Piercer on top of it, but Malaysia still dragging behind a little bit here. Man, Cambodia, this is the pace we were talking about.
We were expecting Cambodia to be the aggressors, and we do see that here. We get to see the replay again as to what happened. Yums, we were talking about how he's super duper crazy aggressive. That was a term I think that we, agreed upon in the drafts. And we do see that, but now it's just wrong in terms of the timing there. He went in when he was level 2, and for the rest of the team as well, knowing that Gojas is at level 4, your roamer just died, there was no reason for them to really go for that skirmish. Sky is losing out on a whole lot of momentum, and here, not even able to deal a lot of damage on Lucas.
Time and time again, the combination into the deadly catch. Penalty zone going to be used as well. Spirit of Destruction was there, so they're going to fight it out. Cambodia losing Lucas in the exchange, and now still going. Dawning Light going to find Skies. They find another target. The shortcut was already used as they come back through. Boxing will fall in Malaysia, firing back. Could possibly still be looking for more. Sorry, I'm Felix holding down the front side, has the body of Smith and the healing. And he's going to be just fine again. This Tarizla is going to be troublesome, and now the top side looks like they ran a little bit further. Run the King trying to run away here, going to get locked down under the turret, but will take one with him as Yums falls as well. Turtle's now up here. Cambodia ready to fight it out against Malaysia for it, but it looks like they control this side unless Skies can go in. He can't get the Turtle. Was trying to get the retribution off, but won't be there in time.
It did make him panic though, right? Because it did seem like, for Boxy at least, he was able to be the one to get the turtle. And that will be at least something, some resources given to the wrong member. So Lucas won't be able to fully snowball. But still, with 2 turtles at the start of the game, with this kind of composition, you expect Cambodia to be able to utilize this with just invading, I would say, up against the Fanny. You want to try to threaten the purple buff takes a few of these times, especially considering the Fanny's behind, not at the optimal state, but still he's doing okay. It's not horrible for the Fanny. He was able to pick 3 kills up. Dying twice is still quite okay at this stage of the game. He already has a Sky Piercer, and for Cambodia now they have to try to lock Skies down in his own jungle. If they can go for the purple buff steal, that would give them such an easy road in the mid game, and the mid game is definitely the stage of the game that they want to utilize most with this kind of composition. And personally, for me, if I take a look at Cambodia here, I have to, again, talk about the pattern. Run the King. Whoa!
Run the King. Oh, he jumps back with the Lycan Pounce. He could have lived. But he ends up getting killed anyway. That's a tough situation to be in now on the bottom side. Once again, in the jungle, Lucas using the deadliest catch to try to escape. Looks like it's going to be enough. The shortcut goes down. Skies trying to possibly enter from the backside there. Sorry, I'm Felix. Luckily there. Look at Skies on the map. I don't think he's going to be able to actually find his entry point he was looking for, because they're ready to play defensively on this, but he's still going to be planted. There he goes back in the mid lane and will escape. But Malaysia, I'd say they're still doing pretty good at keeping things even, but now the revenge. Cambodia will go on the top side. Lolio could be in trouble. The flicker from Boxing, but he flickers out. Lolio can't escape the last fish there from the deadliest catch, and Yums will go ahead and flicker out of the Dawning Light, surviving a little bit longer. Turtle now up though. Malaysia, just as I was saying, doing pretty good, staying together. We'll lose a couple key battles here, and once again, Primal Wrath going to be used into the Dawning Line on Stormy, forcing him back, and Run the King, making him run for his life. Will get the flicker out, so Cambodia will now secure themselves the 3rd turtle of the game.
3 neutral objectives, but if you take a look at the gold lead, it's only just about 1,000. It's creeping up at that 2,000 mark for the gold lead, but this is not really going to be that good for Cambodia, at least at this stage of the game. They would want to have a bigger lead, especially considering they started the game off with an amazing snowball. Maybe getting that... Oh, onward again!
Oh. Again, going to be utilized. Just trying to hold down this bottom side, but they also get the split out, so... Cambodia, and you're starting to see things kind of really fall into place for Ra, your big daddy, on this pick, this Xavier pick, like we said, scaling up pretty good this early on in the game with the kind of lead that they've managed to get.
Okay, so again, if we take a look at the lead, on paper, if you just take a look at Cambodia's composition, it's not really that good. They want to be a little bit safer with a bigger lead at this point of the game. But then you take a look at the Xavier, right? And you can think to yourself, hey, yeah, no problem. They have a Bane, they have a Xavier. Even if it goes to the late game, the Bane's going to be a big problem. The Xavier is going to be an even bigger problem. And the fact that Lucas is already so tanky means that they want to go for these skirmishes. This is a timer to go for it. And they got a turret.
Just run it down. Just run it down mid, get the turrets, get the resources, just pushing everybody out. Shortcut going to be used. They might be forced to fight here. Onward goes in. Earth Shatter, not going to find the connection they're looking for, but in the backside, once again, Lolio going to be in trouble. Lucas will get the kill. Split already used with 3 members down for Malaysia. Dawning Light already committed as well from Cambodia. Run. Is he actually going to force this in? Stormy has the penalty zone, and Yoom's now going to be the target, but they won't follow up through. They want to get that tier 2 in the mid, but Cambodia just coming out swinging in game number 1.
That was just so forced by Malaysia, man. The fact that Yums already went in, popped in the shortcut, was able to get some members to rotate back into the teleport. They were already able to force out Ra to flicker out just based on just with the shortcut alone. So they already got a little bit of a W there. But the fact that they tried to push even further with the Spear of Destruction at the 9th minute of the game from Loliel, who was already 1 and 2 before that team fight even started, and the fact that he took it, that Spear of Destruction landed in the midst of the Cambodian mid-game power spike that they have. And he took it. That was an interesting play from Loliel. One that I'm not a fan of. And you can definitely see now Cambodia with a 4,000 gold lead. They're going to go and force the issue.
Once again, Lord here for the taking, and it's going to be Lucas that secures it. They might be forced to fight. The shortcut already dropped down. Yoom's going to be in trouble as Run the King will get another notch on the kill list. Meanwhile, Loliel does get that push in the bottom side, but at what cost as Cambodia furthers their lead, and now the Lord in the mid lane.
It's well played to Cambodia, obviously, right? They're doing so many of the correct things. They're able to punish every single mistake, even the minor mistakes coming in from Malaysia. But also for Malaysia, this is a completely different team. The number 1 of each group, Group A and Group B. Myanmar in Group A in that match number 1. We were talking about how it was just weird to see Myanmar play in a different way. And now it's happening to Malaysia as Cambodia continue the siege.
Oh, the siege, the penalty zone already dropped under the turret. They're going to be forced to fight once again. And look at Sariam Felix jumping to the backside, just decimating Malaysia. Only Skies left alone, and also Gojes, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the Lord makes its way to the base, and they focus it down, and Cambodia will take first blood in the best of 3 series against Malaysia.
10 minutes and 30 seconds. We saw in game 2, Indonesia, Myanmar, we were already surprised with a 10-minute and 50-second game. Cambodia, the overwhelming underdogs coming into this match, you know, with Malaysia beating Indonesia in the group stages, not dropping in a single game in their groups, and making it here with all the hype in the world. We expected that kind of performance from Malaysia.
Yeah.
We did say that Cambodia definitely could make the adjustments, you know, the necessary adjustments from their performances in the group stages against Myanmar and also against Thailand, because again, technically for the mistakes that they made in the group stages, it is very, very easy to adjust from that. It was just the discipline. They were already winning in the early game. They already had an amazing plan in every single game and every single early game, because they were always able to at least get the first few neutral objectives, or even if they don't, get the team fights. And all the way from the start, Malaysia were just playing with too much aggression. You love to see Malaysian aggression, but at this point, right, like with their composition, they have to respect that Cambodia actually have a lot of early game power themselves. The fact that they invaded up against a Terizla, we already know that the Terizla is a really, really good level 1 pick. You technically have 3 abilities at level 1. You have 3 swings of that skill too. And yet they still tried to go for that. They thought that their base damage would be enough. But even then, if you made those mistakes in the early game, usually we would see teams adjust and plan for the next skirmish. What Malaysia did was, nah, you know what? Let's try to do that again. They went in. Yums, level 2. Gojes was level 3. They had no chance to commit and to even contest that the first turtle of the game. But yet they did. They forced it out. It did not work out for them, and the snowball just kept on growing for Cambodia. But luckily for Malaysia, you know, they were able to go in for some of these big fights to actually turn the game around once again. They were able, I wouldn't say it's like a full turnaround, but it's almost like a half turn, right? Because they were able to lower the goal lead from a 2,000, 3,000 goal lead, as you can see from the 4th minute of the game, down to just a 2,000 goal lead, so 1,000 goal lead at this point of the game here. You can see that Malaysia goal just climbing back up as they get a lot of these skirmishes. But again, they decide to go for these skirmishes in a very like unique way. There were some mistakes also, by the way, for Run the King, you know, that like and pounce that actually he could have escaped, like you mentioned, Nicer, during the play-by-play of this moment. But this was the biggest mistake that Malaysia made. And it was literally just mistakes over mistakes, and just both of them reacting to these mistakes. Because, I'm sorry, but an 8th minute 1 and 2 Moskov will never be able to win in that team fight. There is no way that would have worked out. I'm trying to find a reason as to why he did that, and it's just a pure mistake. That was just a big blunder because, again, it just made no sense to go in like that. And in the end, they again just tried to 50-50 it for some reason. Technically, with their composition, okay, never mind. Not for some reason. This is a very, very logical reason. They have a composition that doesn't do too well, especially when it comes to wave clear. At this point, they're kind of forced to fight. But hey, Cambodia, they took the game. Very, very good stuff from them, as we will have to just see the adjustment from Malaysia in game number 2. Cambodia also stayed very, very disciplined, by the way, utilizing all of their leads, all their advantages early on. And you can see from the damage from the XPM, GPM, or just the goal here, the total healing as well, the Cambodia took everything. Skies was doing pretty well. And we were talking about how, for Cambodia, maybe the next thing that they need to look out for is how to shut down Skies. But even then, they didn't do it. And Skies just always try to go into the back. Gets canceled by a lot of these abilities. And I have to say, the Deadly Catch is a very, very good tool to counter the Fanny. You jump in, and now it's not the old Fanny, where you can actually use the cables and go through even CC. Now if you get CC, that cable gets canceled. And that's where we saw the big weakness from Malaysia. Always just going in, never really respecting any of these disengage tools coming in from Cambodia.
Yeah, I think the idea for it, even the Fanny, when we saw it in the draft, it was kind of like, well, they went and Cambodia banned out all of these assassin heroes, and maybe it was just something where like they wanted to take the risk by picking up the Fanny. I think Fanny is still, even though this is like the rise again of assassins in the jungle and everything, I think Fanny is still very difficult to pull off, and only certain players can really pull off a good Fanny game. I think that's a big part of it, and something that a lot of teams are going to have to kind of consider if they want to go that assassin route. You can already see it here too. Ra, your big daddy, gets player of the match here again. Just a great performance from him, and something that I was saying, like you need time to build up, right? You need time to scale up here on this Xavier pick. But this game, he doesn't even have that many like crazy items or anything. He's just got the enchanted talisman and the lightning truncheon. He's got one glove, right? He's got some adaptive attack and a little magic damage there too, and some cooldown reduction. But that's all he needed, man.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the times he was just laying down the Mystic Fields, landing the Dawning Lights. It was on point every single time. And I think obviously if you got to a lot later portion of the game, then it would have been way more devastating. But like with this and the way things were kind of unfolding, and the way that Sariam Felix started the game for Cambodia was a very key component for them winning this game as fast as they did against a team like we were saying with Malaysia. Like we know Malaysia defeated Indonesia earlier in the group stages. Like what happened here for them? Because for me, Cambodia just completely demolished them here in game 1.
That's why I was saying, at least before the drafts, when we got to the match card, I was already saying that, okay, so on paper, theoretically, Malaysia are just the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. And I think that should be the case. They were able to top their group, beating Indonesia 2-0, having a stellar performance in their group stage, and coming into this with all the momentum in the world. Because again, for this lineup at least, even in their own, domestic league, they haven't lost a single match. But then Cambodia decided to deny the big pick away that we were already talking about for Malaysia. That Bane's going to be massive. The chip that we were already doubting all throughout the African regional qualifiers, and even now, especially now, I feel, with the patch coming out. We haven't seen Chip do well at all. We've seen it once, and it was from New Zealand up against Guam. That didn't do too well, and now we get another sample, example of the Chip just falling flat, not able to really go for any of these aggressive maneuvers. Well, I mean, he did go for the aggressive maneuvers. He just wasn't able to make it work. Always from the early game as well, trying to go for these fights, but maybe miscalculating the damage. Maybe it's because Chip has been banned out so many times, maybe even in scrims, that we don't get to see a whole lot of Chip. And maybe for Yomes, it becomes a little bit inexperienced when it comes to that hero again. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, it just feels like even their swap to Lucas, by the way. Shout outs to them. We were talking in the rosters as well that if they do decide to go for Lucas, they'll probably go for a more utility build, a more utility jungler. Bane technically fits there. He's a damage dealer, but he's kind of utility, right? He's a fighter, not really that assassin that we expect from Tuzu. So the fact that they decided to pull in Lucas, try to go for the objectives, try to go for disciplined gameplay, and they were able to beat Malaysia, the favorites of the Asian regional qualifiers, that easily. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. That's not a tough game at all for Cambodia. They steamrolled through. And obviously that also came through with a lot of mistakes from the Malaysian players. Mainly the fight in the mid lane. Shortcut used up, still trying to force it. Spear of Destruction, 8th minute, 1-2 Moskov that probably didn't even have DHS yet. It's probably just Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff. Jumping into 4.
Yeah.
4 snowbally beefy boys. Nice.
I think that's when you're like, oops.
Oops. That's a big oof, not an oops,
Oof.
right? And for Ra, you mentioned it in the player of the match. Ra didn't even have any like impressive items here. He was still at the phase of the game where he's chilling, he's still farming, he's still waiting for the power spike, yet he dealt that much damage. 36,000 damage. He dealt more damage than anyone else. And we probably expected Bane or even the Iesf maybe or the Roger to deal the most damage, but no, it's actually Xavier, it's actually Ra who dealt the most damage. 36,000 just with the Mystic Fields alone. You get so much utility. And I have to say, man, with the Xavier, especially up against the Glue, that last pick was just really good for them. There's so the range, at least for Malaysia, was just so low. They couldn't play with any of their range, and that's why their wave clear was horrible. Coming into that final lord, they just had to fight. They just had to go for that skirmish. If they didn't, probably would have ended the same way. I'm not sure if they would have been able to end in the 10th minute and the 30th second, but hey, the main problem has got to be maybe for the composition, it was a bit too overloaded. The chip is great. Then you add the Moskov. 2 heroes that can go and have a global presence. Okay, that's where you should stop. Then you go with the Fanny. How's the Fanny going to, utilize the shortcuts? You dash towards the shortcuts, I guess, but then later on you get teleported, and it's kind of hard to, predict where the walls are going to be. Where the cables, where you need to shoot those cables.
Yeah.
And when I saw the Fanny pick, that's when I got confused because it almost seems like they were playing chess. They were thinking so far ahead that they forget the next few steps.
Yeah.
Forget the fundamentals.
That's why I was wondering, from the draft, I felt the same way, man. Because I was looking at some of the stats and stuff here too. It's like the chip. If you're gonna pick a first pick, I don't think you want to be sending your Fanny through the shortcut. Like unless the idea was we want to snowball as hard as we can. Where then it maybe it makes sense because
then don't invade level 1, right?
Yeah. Then don't invade level 1 because then it's like if you were able to get them a snowball for your Fanny, and then you go through the shortcut, then it's like, whoa, where'd all this damage come from? But still, it is a little difficult to figure out, where the walls are going to be. How are you going to go through that portal and everything? And so I almost would have liked to see if they did want to go with the chip play here, which they wanted to as first pick, it was priority for them, then maybe don't pick what I would say is like the most difficult jungle to work right now as an assassin hero, because there were so many other options that were banned out, obviously. And then I feel like you could have just gone even utility. Like you could have possibly just went with utility and made that work. I can't recall, but I don't think the Bakshas were banned out. We haven't seen Barretts in forever, but maybe that could have been something they pulled through. Even if it wasn't the Barretts, I think part of the game plan too could have just been they wanted the Bane. Maybe that was part of it. Like we wanted the Bane and they got stolen, like you said in the draft, where it was like, nah, fam, you're not getting we're getting the Bane and we're working with that. So I think even maybe part of the game plan initially started away for Malaysia, and then it just took like a curveball because the Fanny was a big scratch to my head. Obviously the damage was great early on. Like you saw it in those early fights and those early skirmishes, but it just wasn't enough to deal with and this could also just be the fact that because of the first blood and the fact that the snowball already happened for Sarion Felix, that could have just thrown the game plan completely out. Been one of those mistakes where it's just like, that's such a big detriment to the idea that we came to this game with, that now we're just hoping to find pickoffs where we can. And I think, mistakes were made, obviously, from Malaysia in that game, number 1.
It definitely felt like the Fanny was forced because you were mentioning, the Bakshia could have been an option to go for. Some of these utility junglers could be an option. And yeah, it really could have, because Cambodia, they didn't ban any of the utility junglers. They actually went a different route. They went the opposite route. In the second phase of the bans, they took away the Nolan and the Hayabusa. And they got rid of the Ling already. They picked up the Roger. So they have first pick in the second phase. And they were able to pick the Bane. So they literally shut down Skies in the draft, forcing him to play either a utility jungler or force out a Fanny. And we saw how the Fanny turned out in game number 1. We'll see in game number 2 if Malaysia want to try to utilize the same thing here, if they want to leave the chip open and maybe pick it up again. Because for Cambodia, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to go for the exact same bans they did in game number 1. Just only different here in terms of the sides, because Cambodia will be on the blue side this time around. Malaysia will be on red side. And for Malaysia, it is the Harith ban actually for them. So they're the ones to respect that. Cambodia were the ones to ban it out on the red side previously with the Ling and the Loyi. And now we'll see a different ban for Cambodia. I wonder what it's gonna be. It might be the Faramis, honestly, but they might also ban out the Valentina. Because if they ban out the Valentina, it gives them proper setup to pick up something like the Faramis first pick. And we know that Cambodia have been, getting a whole lot of wins with Ra and the Faramis. A lot of success.
Yeah, I was gonna say Faramis is interesting because most notably, the player that I can think about that really shined on the Faramis was Justin from Myanmar, and it was unfortunate, that they lost the last match here. But when Faramis is open, it's a possibility to get great poke damage, and then obviously Netherrealm the way that works. But I think either way, both these teams are still going to try to prioritize the Roger pick. Maybe they go that route. They want to lock that in because even if you pick it up first on the blue side, it's still technically flex. It's flexible. Terizla being in this last ban for Cambodia in the first phase is interesting. It might also allow them to, if they want to, pick up the Yu Zhang early on, or even the X-Borg has been a hero that has done wonders for a lot of teams that are able to draft it early on in the first phase. But again, for Malaysia, they still have some choices. They could also, because of the fact that we only have the Ling banned out, this could open things up for a possible game for Hayabusa this time around. So the last ban is Chip. They actually still going to ban Chip out, despite how we talked about the first game going. So a lot left on the table here. It is, like I said, it's going to be the Roger first pick. You can actually still flex it in, like we said, in the gold lane, but probably better in the jungle. So Malaysia's answer here, with a lot being open and a lot priority, they could lock in their XP lane. They could lock in, an early gold lane. We've seen a lot of Claudes now recently. Claudes popping back up. The Mozgov, like you said, it didn't work too well for Loleel. It was a little bit of an oops there, an oof. So we'll see what the game planning here this time around for Malaysia to hopefully get them to another game, to a game 3.
And again, for everybody watching this live right now, I gotta tell you that this is an elimination match. It's a playoff match and an elimination match. If you lose here, you don't get a shot to play in the main stage. So topping your groups, all the crazy hype that we've been seeing, if they lose here, it's done. And for Cambodia, they're playing around that. It seems like they just love playing as the underdogs. They're going to go for the Roger pick there, and that's going to be the Valentina and the Nolan to respond it over, anticipating the Faramis pick. Like we mentioned earlier, I think if Cambodia really wanted to go for the Faramis, they should have gone for the Valentina ban. So the fact that they went for the Terizla means that maybe they might want to go for something different. What is that going to be, though? With the Terizla banned out, do they want to go for something like a Yu Zhang? Just a little bit more aggression, some XP threat as well, because we have been seeing Yu Zhang and Terizla being the two main picks in the XP lane. It's been kind of one-dimensional in a way, but they go for the Xavier and the Edith this time so early on. A Xavier in the first phase. Is it that prio? Is my question, right? We have seen it rising in popularity in ranked games and some of the games as well that we've been casting here in the Asian regional qualifiers, but I think aside from the game that we saw earlier, we haven't really seen Xavier pop off that hard. Like, it's just that previous game. And that was also with the whole team enabling the Xavier, also getting the early game snowball for the Xavier. But technically, they have the same tools. They have the Xavier, but they also have the Edith and the Roger. So technically, it's almost pick by pick the same exact draft, except for the Terizla, obviously. They're already banned out, so they'll have to look for a change there. Before Malaysia, they still go for the Moscow, which is cool. I understand you want to use this, the global presence. We did see how the Moscow was good for them, at least against Indonesia. As long as Loliel's, stays back, understands when he can actually go for these fights, understands that power spike, it'll be as good as the match against Indonesia. But if he does the same thing that he did in game 1, Naisu, I'm just going to call it. I'm just going to say it's over if he does that again.
if he does it again, I agree with you, man, because I think part of this, too, it's almost the same game plan. Like, because you have a Nolan there, like, you want to get the early advantage. You want to snowball as hard as you can and start doing what we saw from Indonesia in the previous game with Albert even. And so part of that is like you hopefully they don't go in and invade and give up the first blood. I think that's step number one. And depending on how they draft the second phase of this as we get through the bans, it's really what is that roam going to be for you? Because, man, time and time again, Edith, I feel like Edith's stock is going up. If you love Edith,
Really
you're
is.
Edith main, she's getting just unreal playtime right now in all over competitive play. And there's a reason for it. Like, a lot of the times, it's her ability to just make fights happen, force fights. You can even use it to disengage or peel, but a lot of the times we just see Edith being so aggressive. Even in MLBB women's yesterday, we saw this happen and be a key component to teams winning. So you kind of have to, if you're Malaysia, what are you going to pick up for a roam? The Gronk is already banned out. You don't have that as an option. You know, you took out the Angela. The Bane is actually just coming out for a ban too. They don't want to deal with that, but I would almost like to see them pick up a Minotaur with this lineup because, you know, and I almost would have liked to see the Minotaur be a priority with the Vexana that it's open, because that combination of CC has been so good for teams that have picked it up. That's such a good duo of heroes that, you know, half the time the enemy team's in the air with the knockups. So instead, the Matilda is going to be banned out. So I think for Malaysia, I'd almost consider picking up a Minotaur here, get a little more tankiness to you. As long as the Minotaur doesn't get shut down, then it does become a menace, because you're just trying to find setups and then follow up with the Nolan, but they go the Cho instead. Now, we don't know just yet. Is it going to be roam? Is it going to be parked in the XP lane like we saw Ruby DD do? I don't know. For Malaysia, I think it's better if it is roam, though. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be better for Rome, especially considering, you know, Yums has played the Cho a lot in, you know, the domestic league in MPL Malaysia. We haven't seen Gojas play a whole lot of Cho, especially in the XP. So, I was about to say, you know, you said the Minotaur. I was about to say, not a big fan of the Minotaur pick, especially for Yums. He's an aggressive guy, especially in this meta. You want him on a proactive pick. You don't want him to be reacting on a lot of these engages, a lot of the poke as well. But then they go for the Cho. Even though that does fall in the criteria that I just mentioned, you know, proactive, initiation, I'm not a big fan of the Cho. And now, oh man, I was about to say I'm not a big fan of the Cho because against the Xavier, against the Roger, these two guys can just go for Purify, and then you're technically going to lose a lot of value. And then now there's a Masha that can dive in. There's going to be an Exborg here to answer through this damage output that Cambodia have. But again, if any of these carries, by the way, again, same thing that we saw from last game. If any of these short-range carries walk up, they're gonna get caught by an Onward, an Earthshatter, some of these taunts as well, some claws coming from the Roger, a Xavier immobility field, and last but definitely not least, the Thunder Pierce. You heard that right. Thunderclap plus Sky Piercer. That's what we saw from Mlbb in game number 1 of match number 1 on the Masha. And then game number 2 was banned out. So Cambodia taking a page out of that book, trying to utilize the same thing. And I love it. For Cambodia, they have the tools to actually take control of the game all the way from the start that snowball, and maybe get a clean sweep here, Naisu.
Like, not only do I see good potential for snowball, but even late game value is here for Cambodia. So Malaysia is going to have to do something.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, will Malaysia be able to equalize here and to take us to game number 3? Or will Cambodia eliminate Malaysia with a clean sweep, putting themselves onto the main stage for Iesf WEC24 Riyadh? It's Skies on the Nolan, a signature pick of his, but same goes for Lucas on the utility jungler for Cambodia. He was able to make it work in game number 1. Let's see on the Fredrin if anything changes. Lucas, Concussive Blast, wants to try to hold and, you know, at least equal the crazy clear speed of the Nolan here, but you can already see that Skies is level 3, a level ahead. Yum's already very aggressively invading the enemy jungle.
This is a good invade. They're most likely just going to get the retribution out from, you know, Lucas here, and it looks like that's all they want to do, but also Sario and Felix going to help bring the backup, and that's what we're talking about. One of the things that Malaysia, they actually get the full reset, so he doesn't want to use the retribution. I guess they get the information that he didn't either, and that he doesn't have orange buff. Lucas in trouble trying to get the turret, and that's not going to be enough. That was definitely a mistake. coming out from Lucas. What happened there? And it's gonna happen more. More punishes under the turret. Sariam Felix might be next here in Malaysia. Talk about a strong start, a snowballing start. Exactly what they needed with this lineup.
What was that, Lucas? I'm actually kind of speechless there after watching that play. He had the angle already. The rest of the team had already bought him enough time, bought him enough space to actually go for it. And he decides to go for the other camp instead of utilizing Boxy's hold onto the orange buff. And now he's going to be behind quite a bit. And because of everybody rotating to help him, the whole team's going to be behind. Lucas kind of, gave Cambodia a hard time in the early game now. And now they're going to have to go and fight an uphill battle. There's 3,000 gold almost below, and Skies, he has no interest in going for the turtle. He wants to continue this deny. He wants to continue this punish from Lucas, and he'll do so. Lucas finally now using the retribution, but it's a bit too late, buddy. That window has closed, and now it's the Malaysian snowball that we all know and love.
He's level 3, Mirko, to, the level 6 of Skies right now. That is, concussive blast or not, like we were talking about, trying to keep up with Skies. At this point, you're just stuck trying to farm, trying to be in the jungle. And look at that way Dragon already going to be used on Boxing, able to survive with the flicker, but a flicker from Stormy. And now here comes Yumes, goes in. The assertive guy goes in forward. Yumes will pick up the next kill now, sitting on 4 kills for Malaysia in total. You're going to get this turtle as well. Lucas, not sure if he can really do anything with that, so he's just going to have to watch the turtle secured. Now Malaysia furthering the lead, and now they want to punish Lucas even more. Back for the orange buff. They're going to force him back. He's going to rely on Boxing. Boxing now gets the level 4 available for this Iesf. It looks like now top side run, the king going to be in trouble as he falls under the turret to Lolio. Meanwhile, Cambodia will just lose the buff here. It's just looking very grim already for Cambodia. 3.5 minutes in as Malaysia full snowball mode already.
3 minutes and it already seems like it's going to go to a game 3 again, Yumes!
Yumes goes in with the Way of the Dragon. Nice pickup, Ra. You're not his big daddy this time, but they will punish Yumes. Sariam Felix comes in, but on the top side run, the king can't run away from Stormy as he falls under the turret. And this is once again Malaysia just dominating on all sides of the map. Even the jungle, Lucas will not see a buff here as Skies furthers his lead. Level 8, almost level 9 against Lucas, level 5.
What a stomp this is, right? For Malaysia, they have a 5,000 gold lead at the 4th minute of the game. They're beating the clock at this point. I don't think I've seen a gold lead this massive this early on in the game. Usually it's still 2 to 3, and now it's so weird. Lucas wants to fight now.
Lucas again? I mean, we talked about the pick-off potential with a Cho pick, and it's happening time and time again in the hands of Yumes. Even questionably, like, what is Lucas doing there at that point? I think he's probably a little tilted with the way the early game went. I mean, he's not getting any buffs, any farm, and now Sariam Felix going to be dealing with the last insanity under the turret. Will flicker out, but it's still Stormy and Gojes here. Dawning Light going to try to help the fight, but it's not going to be enough. We'll go ahead and get some of these health bars back up, but look at this, Lucas. You want a buff, you're not going to get it because Yumes, even zoning him out. Lucas has to rely on the rest of the team to get here to help him. Just secure it, but look at the damage already coming out from Skies. They're going to fight under the tier 2. All for the orange buff, but they might punish him back as Skies does fall, but now Sariam Felix on the run. Won't be able to get away, but another kill gets picked up for Lucas, and it could be more. Run the king on the run for Stormy. Stormy 1 hit away, and he will get shut down. A turnaround for Cambodia. Some way, somehow, Malaysia overstays.
How do they do that? They won against a 5,000 gold lead, snowballing composition of Team Malaysia with a Nolan, a Valentina, an Export. This whole team was built to secure the early to mid game, and the fact that they had a 5,000 gold lead, man, Malaysia overstaying so much. The turtle was up top. They could have gone for the orange, but they decided to actually chase a bit too far, and that could prove to be costly for them, man. Stormy, that big shutdown, 4-0, given to the hands of Run the King. They're able to get the turtle, as we can see here from the live screen. But, man, they've lost so much momentum based on that play. All right, if we take a look at the gold lead, it's still not too bad. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Team Malaysia. So they're still able to hold it down. It's not the worst. But Malaysia, remember, with this kind of composition, you're good even in the late game with the Moscow technically, but Cambodia are not just good in the late game. They're going to be excellent in the late game with that Xavier. The Xavier is going to be the key to victory here. If Malaysia don't end this within, 14 minutes? If Cambodia can actually just equalize the goal lead here as well, it's going to be great. Oh!
Once again, they're going to find a lot of CC on Humes, but also firing back to the backside, forcing Sari on Felix back. Gojez now just cooking him, but he won't actually pull the trigger on the last Insanity. So still, Cambodia withstands some of the fight. I think, as you were saying, you know, Mirko, hold on now once again. Skies trying to find Boxing, will be able to execute him with the Sky Piercer. So that's a kill down, a body down for Cambodia. Sariam Felix going to possibly jump in, but doesn't want to commit because meanwhile the top lane's going to be pushed in. Malaysia still playing around the lead that they have, even with Cambodia finding some wins across the map. They still have a massive goal deficit to work towards.
Okay, so still very, very good. Yums again.
Yums again. Look at this. Lucas in trouble. Sariam Felix trying to turn the tide onward into the Earth Shatter, but they have no follow-up available. There they go. Jumps in, run the king. They really want to fight this out. Once again, they still need time to get the items they need to match up against the firepower of Malaysia.
And now we're going to take a look at Loliel, who's already snowballing on this Moscow. The DHS already built up 3-item power spike for him. So at the 8th minute now, this is the proper 8th minute to go for the play that he went for in game number 1. Now he can actually go for the Spirit of Destruction. Now he can actually pop in onto 4 members, and maybe he'll be able to survive, actually. Still going to be tough, though, up against this composition. You have a lot of CC, a lot of damage from Felix, too. So you really can't count Cambodia out, despite them losing out so hard in the early game. They still have a lot of damage output to actually turn the tides for a lot of these skirmishes. But at least for the Turtle, Malaysia is going to be safe. Cambodia will be forced to just go down below. That's all they can do. They can't go for any of these skirmishes. Not now. It's a desperate dawning light to maybe go for a steal. But it's not going to happen here. Malaysia secure the first lord of the game. 8 minutes in and 30 seconds. Still with an 8,000 gold lead too, man. Yeah. Absolute stomp for now. Even despite that, you know, kind of like a small throw. It's a Wishing Lantern, by the way, for the Valentina. It's a new item coming in handy. Have to seize into the Sky Piercer for the Masha as well. These core items are still quite far away from being built, Naisu. Especially for Ra. He's not the big daddy this game. Not yet, right? He's got to wait for those items to be finished up. They're getting a little bit of damage onto Gojez, which is great before the Lord actually comes in. And Ra gets the Lightning Truncheon, but I think he'll need 1 more item to at least be online. 2 if maybe they want to turn the tides of this game. But Malaysia, they're building the waves in such a good way. Cambodia have good wave clear technically with a Xavier. But Malaysia could actually just go for the stomp, could go for the dive all the way. They have Yums, they have even a Last Insanity as well, that anti-CC.
Yep.
It seems they're going to do it.
You're going to get the shields off here. Lord now part of the fight in the backside, gets the kickoff once again. Yums might get caught out himself, though. It's going to get locked down a little bit before now the turret goes down. Last Insanity going to be used. Dawning Light already committed. Boxy goes down, but look on the backside again. Sariam Felix will be chasing Loliel, and he can't get the kill. A couple hits away only. And meanwhile, Cambodia trying to hold on to this mid lane turret. They still have to deal with these minion waves pushing in. For Malaysia, happy with the assault so far, looking for more. Loliel will pick up the Wind of Nature. He might jump in. There's the Spear of Destruction as they take out Run the King, and Malaysia looks to take it, possibly for a game 3 if they can punch this one in. Still working on the bottom turret. Humes for the pressure on the Crystal, trying to get the attention, going for Ra. He does find him with the Way of the Dragon, buying enough time. The Immortality's going to pop. Malaysia still looking to possibly end it here, but they need more kills. They don't have enough waves pushing in for Cambodia. They'll actually defend and stay in the game.
Incredible value, though, still for Malaysia. The fact that they were able to take 3 base turrets with just the first Lord. And Loliel, we did see him go for that Spear of Destruction like we expected, right? Spear of Destruction in towards the back. Didn't find the kill onto Ra, but still, that was really, really good. They were able to pressure the back line a lot. Cambodia had to really respect that, but still, they were able to defend. With that big of a goal lead, you would expect Malaysia to be able to end the game, but that's why the wave clear coming in from the Xavier is just so valuable. It's still going to be really tough, though, for Cambodia to look for a full comeback here. 18 seconds for the Enhanced Lord. And with that Lord, it should be an end straight up for Malaysia. If they keep this lead in the 12th minute of the game, as they get that enhanced Lord, I really don't see a way where Cambodia can actually go for the defense unless Malaysia make a big throw happen. If they make a big mistake, right, around the dive for the end, but I can't see that happening here. I really can't, Naisu. It just feels like with this gold lead, with the advantage that you have in the macro as well because of the base turrets taken down. Oh, okay, that could have been an answer as well, by the way. If somehow Ra gets the Dawning Light to steal the Lord, yeah, that could have been an angle where they can actually try to look for a comeback, but that didn't happen, obviously. Malaysia didn't even let it go to become enhanced. Okay, so that actually makes it defendable.
It does. I think it does, but it makes it defendable in that sense, but still, Malaysia's so far ahead, man. I mean, look at their items. They could actually just, even with having Gojes just going with Last Insanity, it's going to disperse Cambodia so much that I think they might have a troubling time defending their base here, but let's find out if they can do it.
Lolville already has it with the nature as well. He picked it up in the previous fight, so it's going to be very easy for him to actually deny some of this damage coming in from Felix. I think he'll have to go for Stormy, and Yum's already concealed in the back.
Yep, Yum's trying to find Ra, possibly going to be able to flick around and avoid it. They do drag the Lord bottom side. They might be able to buy themselves enough time. They have to deal with it, but Lucas is already down, and the Lord is still up, and they'll just focus on the crystal, and Malaysia will take it to a game number 3 against Cambodia.
GG, well played to Team Malaysia for being able to come back after being down 1-0. There you go. That was the Malaysia we were expecting in game number 2, right? In game number 1, it felt kind of different. I don't know what it was. Maybe they were just tunnel vision on that one plan, which is go for the team fight. But in game number 2, they came back swinging. They got an amazing draft to play around. The Cho, we kind of doubted as well. I didn't really like it, but they were able to make it work, all because they invaded so early on. So the Cho was used in a different way. We expected the Cho every single time when, the Cho gets picked. We expected to just go for pickoffs, to look for the weighted dragons constantly, the Jukundo flickers, those flashy plays. But what we completely forgot is the instant mid control that you get with the Cho, especially with the Valentina here compared to the Xavier. And this is why I'm going to be talking about that Cho. All the way from the start of the game, being so good for the team, helping Stormy to clear out the waves and then rotating over. You can definitely see for Boxy as well, but mainly Lucas, he was zoned completely out. And I wish we got to see the Lucas reset, because I think that was what lost them the game. After that, there was no coming back from this unless Malaysia threw. Even they did throw, and it didn't even matter. They kind of lost in the bottom lane, gave a few shutdowns, gave a few bounties to Cambodia. But again, it did not matter. That's how powerful, I guess, this lead at the start is for Team Malaysia for this composition especially. The fact that Run the King, the winning lane, also was just getting bullied. And for some reason, Lucas still thought that it would be a good idea to contest the Turtles while being 3 levels down, contest his own jungle, being 3 levels down, Run the King overstepping, all of them really making some core mistakes here. This is the point. This is the one where I think we were all kind of confused, right? Like, Lucas, you didn't want to fight for the orange buff when it was 50-50, but now that it's impossible, you want to somehow be Ethan Hunt, Interesting stuff there from Lucas, but they have to make some adjustments, man. I think you mentioned as well. At that point, maybe he's tilted, but you're fighting for your nation here. You're trying to qualify for your nation. You're representing your nation. Tilt shouldn't be a dictionary that a word in the dictionary that you can use in this match or in this competition at all. You have to go all out. In Malaysia, they definitely had the stronger mental after getting stomped in game number 1. They kept it clean into game number 2. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, overthinking, that mental definitely dropping as well, as we keep on seeing them making mistakes back and forth. And only Ra is really making some good plays happen. I think with Boxy too, there was some good engages. But for the most part, maybe even Felix actually. Run and Lucas were making some questionable maneuvers here and there, and was always punished by Malaysia. You don't make these mistakes against Malaysia. They're just too good.
It's, I think when you look at this game could have gone way better for Cambodia if they didn't have as rough of a start. And it was almost the same situation for Malaysia in game 1. It came down to just kind of some blunders in the early game, pre-first turtle, and especially with Lucas here. So I was kind of surprised with how that went, and like you said, even even the second death that he had. And, it was just tough because when your jungler is so far gapped, I mean, we're talking about like a 3-level gap at one point against Sky's hero on the Nolan. And Nolan is not, not a hero you want to be working from behind from. Like, you don't want to be gapped by a Nolan, and especially as a Fredrin, because then you just don't get to do really anything. And you have to rely then on your team to support you just to get, your buffs, which is weird because Fredrin for the longest time was just the guy. He was the jungler that could do it all nearly. And now it looks like, he really struggled. Like, even if you look at just the way that they rotated on the map and everything else, when you look at those highlights, Cambodia, I feel like, just couldn't play the lineup that they drafted because of how rough of a start they had. And Malaysia, on the other hand, you have a Nolan, man, you could just punish and punish and punish. And even if Sky's down on Nolan, like, you still have plenty of ways to kind of find your own wins. And I think the Cho here for Yums, there was a couple times where he was like, obviously really trying to get the pick off he was looking for, but for the most part, man, he was able to punish the right targets and help the snowball.
And the thing is, right, I don't know, man, for Cambodia, said for Lucas, he had to rely on his teammates if he didn't get the early going. He already went through concussive blast as well, so he tried to really level at least the Nolan when it comes to clear speed. But let's talk about the player of the match first before we get to that point. Stormy, shout outs to him, very, very crucial member in this team on the Valentina, able to produce some of these crazy plays, and I think it just is him playing the safe way. I think he was able to just go for some of these executes as well towards some of the members in the early game. I believe it was Boxy in the bottom side of the map where he was able to execute under the tier 1. These few kills that he got, just made him such a force to be reckoned with here in game number 2. Getting Divine Glaive so early into the game. This is a 12-minute 4-item power spike for Stormy. The Wishing Lantern as well. We don't see the Wishing Lantern a bit. We don't see it a lot. I'm glad to see Stormy go for that item as he snowballs though in the game though. So shout out to Stormy for this amazing game. But back to the point of Cambodia, Lucas utilizing the Fredrin. The big mistake was the fact that he didn't commit, right? That's obviously mistake number 1. Yeah. But the fact that the team tried to help him. Everybody rotated over to the jungle to help him. So when he made a mistake, that mistake kind of tripled, doubled, quadrupled, because everyone felt that impact, even Run the King. Because with Boxy being taken down in the bottom lane, with him wasting so much of his time, with Ra sacrificing some mini waves in the mid lane, with Felix also sacrificing some minions in the XP lane, all of them were automatically behind. And that's why we saw a 3,000 gold lead right after that play, right after that invade. It was too much for Cambodia to handle. They tried their best. After that, they tried, scaling up Ra mainly with Run the King and Felix, able to get a few shutdowns as well here and there, but definitely not enough. When you have a 3,000 gold lead at the start, I think it'll be harder to lose than to win at that point. And for Cambodia, I don't know. It does feel like if the Bane is that strong, why don't they pick it up in the first phase? It feels like maybe they went too crazy in the first phase with their late game picks, or not late game, but with the Xavier pick.
The Xavier
in the second phase makes sense. We were giving it a lot of praise in game number 1 because it was picked up right after you see all these heroes that have low range, so you can punish them. Immobility fields all over and Mystic fields as well, and you already have a snowballing composition yourself. But here, the first phase is a bit different. I don't think it really fits in the first phase. That was our concern. That was our doubts those were our doubts coming into the draft of game number 2. And it was also exposed, for sure. The mid control was not present at all, even with the help of an Edith. It was just Cho and Valentina getting so much more prio all around the map, utilizing that prio as well to bully Lucas, to put him in a spot where he made the mistake that eventually became the mistake that made them lose the game. I think it's safe to say that was the one.
I think, in like part of that, before we wait for game 3 draft, it was actually really smart that Yums did pick up the Cho. Like, I know we were both kind of talking about it in the draft, but it was really smart because of the pressure at level 1 he has. Level 1 pressure from Cho is actually can be quite devastating, and I think this was a perfect example of that. And then not only that, but that Fredrin's going to be a little bit slower, even with the concussive blast emblem. You saw Skies finish that buff way faster. And then he was able to rotate in and go towards the jungle and start putting the pressure because of the fact that he had this information from Humes. So like that alone was really difficult for Lucas, I feel like, to respond to, and maybe they just didn't respond to it enough. And then really that misplay, man, of like your team put all this effort for that first buff for you to secure the orange and you lose it, like it resets. That was really where things already started falling apart. So I think for Cambodia, yeah, I think you could, man. If it's you talked about this before, you saw some swaps happen in their previous games. I'm not sure if this is going to happen throughout this. Again, it comes down to a literal best of one now. You know, it's just one single game that either of these teams have to win to move forward and be that next team for the WEC 2024. So you kind of have to just go out and play your best composition. And even on paper, when you look at Cambodia's lineup from the previous game, you know, the Fredrin, Edith, Xavier, Roger, Masha, it's not your, like, I don't even know if there is a standard composition right now, but it's not your normal composition of heroes, but it could work. It could have worked. I just think they just started off way too rough in the beginning, and they didn't get a chance for the entire team to farm up the way they should, because they had to pay so much attention on dealing with the Fredrin, which is weird because normally when you see that from compositions, it's usually like it's like an assassin, most notably a Fanny. Like when you have to go and give so much attention for your Fanny to get the purple buff, that's almost what it felt like. But it was weird because we're watching it for a Fredrin. Like that's not normal, right? So I think for Cambodia, if they really wanted to adjust whatever happened here in game 2 for them, number one is Lucas has to, if it is going to be Lucas, he has to personally maybe just have a way more solid pick for him to shine on, like we saw even from game 1. That could be part of it. And I think the lineup that they had, it wasn't bad or anything, but my weak point is still the fact that Roger did get flexed basically into the gold lane when we thought it could possibly go in the jungle. And so, you know, when you already take a Roger gold lane who has a little bit of a difficult time farming up as much, and then he has to even rotate down like you mentioned earlier, you just lose so much momentum. Like, you already start off at a deficit because of some key losing points in the early game, and then you're scaling heroes that are supposed to scale up, even the Xavier, like you mentioned, just don't get that opportunity. So your whole firepower, even if you had setups, are just gone. You know, so I'd love to see Cambodia adjust that by having some, even if it's just magic damage, you just have a hero there that has a way more burst damage in the early game. You know, I'm thinking of the Farsas, mentioned before, the Eves. You could go, you know, Louis usually banned. Valentina, you could prioritize the Valentina, because remember the days when Valentina was priority pick, like she was picked up first pick. Not sure if you would want to do that in the current state of things, but you know, it's something that they could think about, at least for the first phase, I feel like.
For sure. I think they definitely need to start, you know, looking at different options here, because going for the Xavier, tunnel visioning on a Xavier definitely ain't good, especially the fact that you already have such a good mid laner who can play so many different heroes in the mid lane. Ra is known for all of his different heroes, you know, having a very, very deep hero pool. So
even a Lilia, maybe.
The Lilia was up technically, you know, the Faramis was up. If they really, by the way, I didn't get to see the value of the Terizla ban at all. Like, there was no, I thought it was going to be set up for something. That's why we expected the Valentina ban, because they wanted to go for the Faramis first pick, perhaps. But yeah, no, the Terizla ban for the first phase, it was just more of a prio ban over, you know, any respect. And I think that definitely hurt them. But now that they are back on the red side, maybe they can change a few things and go for the exact same bans they went for in game number 1 to go for an amazing draft. But some things will already be different. You're not going to be getting the Bane in the second phase if it does not get through the first phase. I think that is for sure. For Malaysia, they already read into that. Maybe Malaysia might actually pick it up themselves as well. So a lot of different things to think about now that you are on the red side for Cambodia. Faramis and the Angela, both heroes that Malaysia have been banning out the entire series, will continue to be banned out by them here on blue side again. And for Cambodia, well, they have, I think the Ling has to go. They're going to respect the Nolan first.
Okay.
So Harith and Ling usually are the bans together with the Lo Yi, but now they actually ban out the Nolan. So maybe trying to trade the Harith with the Ling with the Harith. So 1 pick with 2 picks, maybe?
Yeah.
That's so far what it looks like, right? Let's see what Malaysia go for. Do they want to ban the Harith? Do they want to try to limit some of these picks so that they can only get 1 or 2? So it'll be beneficial for them.
I think you could. I want to see what these last bans are going to be, but I think Harith Prio for either of the teams. Again, Roger is still going to be highly contested between both of them. Edith now, we've been seeing just in nearly every composition really work well. So there's, even regardless of what these next 2 bans are, I feel like even for Malaysia, they could do what we saw similarly last game. Pick up a Roger, flex it in. They took out the chip this time, so both teams taking out the Louis Yi and the chip respectively. Last ban for Cambodia. I think part of this too is securing, like I said, securing themselves for Lucas. And that's why I think whichever of these teams don't pick up the Roger, at least pick up the Roger and then flex it if you need to. Just don't flex it. I don't know. I don't want to flex it. I don't want either of the teams to really flex it into the gold lane, but that seems to be the play. Harith is open. Faramis is banned out. Okay, so the Assassins are open that we've seen before banned out, which is a Hayabusa. The Bane is open. So this being the first phase and a lot of these options available for both the teams, I don't know what you start, man, from Malaysia, the way they played from game 1 to game 2, because they both had very similar starts and similar mistakes. Like the reason why both these teams lost their initial games was mainly off of a mistake from the beginning. So Malaysia is going to go ahead and just take this by taking up the Harith. I think that's good. We already mentioned this being a priority, possibly. Now for Cambodia, I don't know. What are you thinking they could pick up?
I think the Roger for sure. They've got to pick it up here because technically for Malaysia they could also use it in the jungle, and that's what we have seen from them before. I think against Indonesia, game number 1, they picked up the Roger first pick, and then they went for the Moskov. So straight into the jungle he goes. I think it'll be the same here, kind of similar. If you leave the Roger open when you already have a Harith, the Roger will still be picked up, but in the jungle. But for Cambodia, it's a bit too risky. It's a bit too. It's a bit way too risky to actually leave the Roger open here. So they go for it, and maybe Terizla. I would say, or Edith. Maybe they might have to prio Edith here, because if they don't get the Edith pick, Yums, we know, against Indonesia, that was one of the big picks that was able to give them such a good time against Indonesia. The Edith, so that they can force them to go for the fights. They end up going for the penalty zone, the Terizla, over the Primal Wrath, the Edith. And with the Roger Terizla, it should be the Edith that comes up for Yums. It's like the proper mix of proactiveness and also reactiveness on that hero.
I think so far, it looks like from looking at Cambodia's group stage matches, most of the wins that they got, which were sweeps, the Terizla gave them the most success. And so I think going back to it, being the fact that this is down to just this one game, you might as well go with what worked the best for you. This is a huge gamble. I'm actually surprised this is locked in. The Fanny again, plus the Cho this time around from Malaysia. So I don't know. Did they have to pick up the Fanny now? So this almost makes me wonder, is this the right choice for Malaysia? Because they pick up a Fanny, and what we saw earlier too was the fact that they were even cut off with the penalty zone earlier. So they were caught in the penalty zone alone. So this is, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on this yet from Malaysia for the first phase. They did get a great pick with the Harith. Cho's been doing decently. But man, the Fanny in the first phase, I think, I wouldn't even seen Cambodia go for the ban for this. So I feel like they could have just waited on this and picked it up later on.
I think they go for the Bane, would be a great option to go for the jungle now. That you don't need to utilize the flex, but they go for the Valentina instead. No big ultimates thus far. So a very interesting Valentina pick here for Cambodia. But I would say actually in this game, I actually kind of like the Fanny pick. You already have a Harith, right? So you have a lot of magic damage in your gold lane. You need a bit of that physical presence. And with the Ling and the Nolan banned out so early by Cambodia in the first phase, it does limit the amount of heroes that you can go for the assassins that deal physical damage in the jungle. So now with the Fanny, I would say it's okay, especially considering, Skies in game number 1, despite them losing on the Fanny, he was playing really, really well. The only problem I had with the Fanny pick was because they already had a chip and a Moskov, and then to add in the Fanny together with the chip, I just don't see how that combo would be, would be used. But now we do see that Aurora. Respect for Stormy. Good job by Cambodia reading that out, because that is what Malaysia really want to do, usually, especially when they already have the physical force of a Fanny in the jungle. They want to go for even more magic damage around the mid lane. But they're kind of also lacking some beefiness in their composition. They need some HP. They need someone to actually stand in the front line. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they want to go for the full glass cannon, full damage output build. That could also work up against this composition, especially against the Roger. And I guess, when we're talking about the Roger, it's so prio, it's so good on flex as well. But if we take a look at the weaknesses for the Roger, it's got to be one of it, at least. It's got to be the fact that he can't go for with the nature. Or you can, but you don't get as much value as, the usual marksman, because it's the duration isn't as long for melee heroes, right? So by that metric of just the duration, you can already think that, for the Fannies, for the Assassins, and even technically here with the Harith, it's going to be really, really good. If you have layers of damage to go up against the Roger, it kind of forces the Roger to only go for one defensive item. You'll have to choose Wind of Nature, but then you get bursted by the Harith, Rose Gold Meteor, but then you get bursted by the Fanny. It puts you in a tough spot. I think it's a good Bane ban as well, by the way, from Malaysia. They noticed. I thought the Bane would have come through last pick in the first phase. It was a bit weird to see the Valentina here, especially after the Feramis and the Angela have been banned out, right? Now, especially now that the Aurora has been banned out. So I'm really wondering what the plan is to utilize this Valentina. Is it to steal ultimates, or is it purely just to get the Terrify, get the utility, and get a little bit more damage on top of it? Maybe it's just the comfort pick for Ra.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think at this point, like I said earlier, I think you just go for comfort the best you can. You hope that you are able to survive the damage that you were talking about, because like you said, there's a lot of burst damage potential just with the physical damage from Malaysia and even the magic damage from this Harith. But it could also just be, we talked about the play styles leading into the series, man. Malaysia just being like, you know what, it's full send, the Lungar strategy, that chaotic style, that go fast, go hard, get it, because most of their games have been pretty quick. I mean, even the previous one was around 1250 or something like that, 1250. So a pretty quick game, and heroes like this can shine at that portion of the game, can do really well, especially if you can follow up on some of the pickoffs. So with this Cho pick already locked in, so I'm wondering how they round this lineup out. They need a mid lane option here, of course the XP lane as well. They're going against a Trizla. I see the Xborg is open. They could possibly pick that up for Malaysia. Causes a little more of that chaos to the mix when they fight in these team fights. And with the carry being picked up from Cambodia, I feel like this is an okay pick, because now you have the Roger going in the jungle. But this is troublesome because Iesf is locked in for the roam now, for the is this an XP?
We'll find out if it's an XP Cho or an XP Iesf, right? And Kagura.
Kagura. All right, this is Malaysia just being like, you know what, big damn, we're going for the big early game, we're going for it. Okay, so this makes sense, and I feel like for Cambodia, they have to be able to respond to this kind of damage, because even this carry range is pretty low. You have to really find your positioning, and all you have right now is this Trizla, man. So like, what is their roam going to be here? Because quite honestly, there's so much displacement, or at least an ability for Malaysia to come in from different angles, even with a Kagura, a hero we don't typically see, but we know she has a lot of burst damage potential, and she can actually do quite a bit with her umbrella mechanics, the way that she works. So this, and which part of it could also just be an interaction with the Harith. So Cambodia goes a little more tanky. They lock in a Kufra. So this is like pure damage pickoff versus durability. I see here, durability. There's some magic damage, of course, there too, but this is huge.
DPS.
And Lucas has to have a good time with this Roger jungle.
He really does. He needs to be set up for success here. And I think, so earlier when he picked up the carry, I was instantly thinking, why? Why would you go for the carry? Are you trying to go for the Kaja later for the last pick? Because the Iesf just seems like so value. It just seems so value. It's maybe a top tier roamer in this meta, right? It definitely comes down as like an S or maybe A tier. Definitely in the upper echelon of the prio picks when it comes down to roam. So then they pick up the Kufra. completely understand now. You know, the carry pick is trying to see what other picks they go for, Malaysia, and then reacting to it with the Kufra. Now, a lot of those dashes will be stopped by the Kufra, and technically for Cambodia, they have ways to go and enable Lucas on this pick. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Cambodia takes on Malaysia. It was 1-0 for Cambodia, but Malaysia were able to equalize the odds 1-1. And from a best of 3, we're back to technically just a best of 1 to decide which of these nations will go and represent their country in the main stage of Iesf WEC 24 in Riyadh. Will it be Cambodia? Will it be Malaysia? Go and spam in the live chat what you guys think this game is going to show us. Will it be even a stomp, or maybe perhaps our first ever mid to late game battle? Because in the early game, Ra is getting bullied. Deja vu!
Oh no, deja vu. Yums! Oh, Ra is gonna go down. This might be once again a response here coming through. Yums trying to get out of there. Sky's there to back him up, and now possibly another kill. Malaysia. 2 on the board early in. Boxing not going to be able to really do much either, and Skies will go ahead, delay the jungle even.
I was about to say, man, that was really close. The fact that he wanted to just, you know, risk that goal just up top.
Ooh. Revenge strike, not enough to get the kill, but sorry, Felix. He has that minion there to tank up the tower, and he's just going to chase down Gojes. Gojes has nowhere to go, and he gets swung into the air, and now Boxing once again going to be the target for Malaysia as Lolil will pick up the kill. At least Cambodia able to get 1 on the board earlier on the top side. Malaysia really controlling so far this portion of the game. Nothing too crazy. Ra, is he going to force this on Stormy? Goes in, but not enough damage just yet.
Not enough just yet, but still for Malaysia, it's such a good lead at the start of the game. If you take a look at the gold, though, not too big. It's only just, what, around 500 gold that they picked up with those 3 kills. I think it's because of the solo kill as well, up top, that they weren't really able to fully capitalize on this, and it's actually going to be Cambodia on the turtle.
Okay, yeah, actually, Cambodia will be able to take this just fine. Really easily, actually. They knew that Skies was trying to get the purple buff, and they might look to punish now. Stormy could be in trouble in the mid lane. Lucas jumps in, won't be able to get the kill with the Lycan Pounce, and now forcing Yums back a little bit further. Skies might try to just swoop in and retreat this purple buff. He's going to have to time it perfectly. Penalty zone already going to be used. Gojes trying to join the fight from the backside, but Skies is in trouble. Will be able to survive, though, barely. But meanwhile, will lose that buff, and they keep it together. But right now, Cambodia really fighting back, given how the beginning of the game went, at least able to keep things even and take some even from Malaysia.
Game number 1, Cambodia, the way that they were able to go up against the Fanny was, all right, you know what? We are already snowballing at the start of the game. We'll just use our composition with a lot of the displacements that we have in our composition to go up against the Fanny. We won't even go for the purple buff steals, purple buff invades. But game number 3 is a bit different. You do have, you know, tools to utilize to cancel out those dashes coming in from the Fanny, but it's still kind of a brawl composition that you've built for yourself in the early phase of the game, especially considering that, you know, this is a strong side of the XP lane for Cambodia. They're going to be able to force the issue a lot in around that purple buff side that will be spawning up towards the top side of the map. So for Cambodia, it's already a very different angle of attack now. It'll be more of the threats towards the purple buff. And when you do that, Skies is going to be having a bad time. I was talking about how this Fanny pick could work. You know, this Fanny pick is still really good on the hands of Skies. But if you don't have a purple buff, I'm sorry to say, but it doesn't matter how good you really are around the early game, at least, right? If you don't have the purple buff and you play within your base, sure, Boxy.
Oh, Box. Okay, he's gonna be fine. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, if Skies doesn't have the purple buff, it's gonna be tough. And every time it's up, you look at the rotations from Cambodia. They want to find now in the mid lane once again. Look at the burst damage from Stormy from the Yin Yang overturn. What a huge setup, and into the penalty zone they go. Still looking. Stormy's the one to fall, and they might be looking for Gojes. Tries to get something with a Primal Wrath. What a flicker, though. Will be able to pick up a kill himself and survive the fight. And now they just chase him down, but Gojes should be fine. It looked so good for Cambodia, but then fell apart quickly.
Wow. Back and forth, but a win for Malaysia. Good flicker out by Gojes. And honestly, for me, it feels like Ra was saving that flicker a bit too long. I think it's really good, though, if we take a look at the long term of that flicker not being used, because they do have a lot of pressure here, and Skies is waiting in the bush, gets spotted out. So they're going to reset and look to go for the neutral objective again. 1,000 gold behind this time.
Oh, he's trying to get in there. He's going to be able to get there in time, though. Yin Yang overturn already used, and Skies is somehow able to get the turtle in the exchange. No one will fall, but the turtle is at least secured for Malaysia. Cambodia tried their best to keep him at bay, but they struggled a little bit dealing with this. Purple buff's going to be up for Lucas, though. And again, Cambodia still trying to work through this lead now. Yums takes some damage, and Stormy, but they get the turret now for Malaysia. Bottom side turret. Looks like they're going to put more pressure here on the resources. Cambodia, though, to go ahead and make sure Lucas gets this buff, because Malaysia, man, they're starting to further the gold lead. We talked about it. They kept it relatively even, but now they're pulling further ahead, 2,000 ahead in this gold, almost 6 minutes into the game. But relatively, I'd say it's still a pretty back and forth between both.
The Malaysian snowball is online in the 5th minute of the game. A signature playstyle, which theoretically is kind of weird. It doesn't snow in Malaysia, but hey, we'll go with it, right? Sky Piercer for the Fanny. Oh, Yums!
Yums gonna go in. Way the Dragon gonna be used. Purify already there. Now fighting in the mid lane. Look at the damage coming out. Yums in trouble. Zaman Force already dropped down as well. They're gonna fight it out. Lucas could be in trouble. Ying An Overturn has too much damage, but it's a double kill for Lolil. And they force boxing back as well. They're not done yet. Sorry, Felix has to flicker defensively. Man, Malaysia, what an overlay of ultimates and abilities to win that fight.
They wanted to, you know, double down on the early game to mid. We saw it with the Kagura pick as well, and we are seeing it now. Used Lolil with a dive. Oh, clean by Lolil. The synchro fissioning, that final shot, Felix definitely overstaying in the mid lane, not respecting that damage from a 3-0 Lolil on the Harith. 6 minutes in, Naisu, and it's looking very, very similar to game number 2 and how Malaysia was able to control the map. But this time, I think it's a bit more impressive, because it's not like they shut down Cambodia from the start. They're just able to outfight them, outclass them in these skirmishes, and even outset up a lot of these skirmishes. Yums, we got to give a lot of credit to him, because in that second turtle, it would have been free. Go, Jess.
Gojet's gonna go in, onward into the air, shatter boxing, try to get out of there with that formation, but even with the setup, it's not gonna happen. There's just too much damage once again, and Skies joins the fight to clean things up, and all Rock can do is watch his teammates fall apart as Malaysia will get the kills, get the fights, and the turtle now ready to just further the lead. Full snowball effect at this point. Lolil gonna find Ra, pushes him out. So even with the Zaman Force, but they'll get this tier 2 early, this early on, and a purple buff going to be lost for Lucas.
Slowly but surely, again, just utilizing their lead. They don't want to, to throw the game. This is still such a massive lead to utilize. So many advantages to choose from. I mean, at this point, I'm really just trying to look at that damage as well. The fact that the Cho dealt 10,000 damage more than the Fanny, only dealing 8,000 damage. It kind of made me kind of speechless there. Okay, so even for Cambodia, it's not like they're not doing damage at all. For the Terizla, the Valentina, and even the Roger, they're actually doing quite a bit of damage, but Run the King on this carry, pick that I was also kind of doubting in the drafts. I have to say, man, you don't really have a good time on the carry up against this kind of composition. You want to pick up the carry usually up against tankier members. The fact that they picked it up against composition with a lot of damage dealers, that's why I was already doubting it. But then I saw the Kufra pick, and I was like, all right, I get what they're trying to do. They want to go for a safe pick. Gorgeous. Flickers forward. Earth Shatter. Yums conceal.
Oh, Yums using the conceal again. Gonna knock up 3 members, but can't find the way the Dragon he was looking for. They'll force the fight anyway. Cambodia gonna force Malaysia back a little bit further. Everybody's still alive. Yums had an idea. It didn't work out that time. So Cambodia buying themselves some more time to farm up here.
It's great though, right? The fact that you can still just utilize Yums with his aggressive damage, with his aggressive positioning and decision making, it's still okay for Malaysia. You don't really have to go for the full discipline route sometimes, especially if you have a player like Yums. He's on a roam anyways, so even if he goes for those crazy, risky plays, if he dies, it's fine. It's just a roam. You just wait for him to respawn, especially in the 9th minute of the game where the death timers are still so low. So now Yums is actually going to look for the angle of attack, and you'll have a very, very good angle to go for a flank from the bottom side of the map. The purple buff actually going to be stolen away by Skies early here before the Lord even gets contested. So that's an advantage already by Skies. 2 levels ahead now of Lucas. When it comes to the retry battle, Lucas is going to have a tough time, especially now the Heptaseas also. Man, some of these power spikes coming in at the right time.
Yep, Tyrant's Revenge gonna be using the rage. They find the target. Yum's gonna be taken out. Zaman Force on boxing. Look at the damage once again. Skies will join the fight. Blade turning everywhere. Looking for a possible maniac, but doesn't get it. As Lolil will pick
GG.
up the kill, but it's a wipeout for Malaysia. They have the waves already pushing in. Timers are too long, but they could possibly just get these base turrets down. Hold on, base turret, look at the live. We have to keep an eye on the live. Zaman Force already churned, and it looks like Malaysia might possibly end the game with a live here as we go back, and they'll do it. Malaysia will take down Cambodia and move forward to the WEC in Riyadh.
2-1. You were able to come back from the 1-0 start from Cambodia, and it looked really good for Cambodia. I think we just got to give it to their mental fortitude. The fact that they were able to come back in such a way in game number 2, stomping their opponents. Game number 3, doing the same thing, just adjusting the small things that they were making, small errors that they were making in the game and even in the draft as well. But I believe we're going to be taking a look at the highlights as well. I would love to see the highlights again to see exactly how Malaysia were able to get it done. Because it was already very different to game number 2. Game number 2, I think, was more of a mistake for Cambodia, right? The fact that, Lucas, we all know, we don't need to talk about it again. It's getting old now. But game number 3, it's a bit different. Still, they were able to punish Ra. They were able to punish Lucas too. So it's the same 2 members that get punished in the early game, with Boxy too technically. So everybody got punished there. It's very similar, but it's in a different way that they punish them. They punish them through clearing the mid lane. It's as simple as that. Having the Cho in your kit, it just gives you so much value. And sometimes when you think of the Cho, especially now that it's not really the best pick in the role, we completely forget that he has so much wave clear potential with the concussive blast. So anyone you pair him up with, it's almost a certain better mid-prio combo that you will have compared to the enemy team, unless Cambodia pick up something like a Grok. And then all throughout, we definitely saw that the impact of that early skirmish was seen, with Skies getting such an early lead, with Lolil as well winning out, and Stormy getting that kill very early on assist. It just elevated their game so much in the mid game and all these skirmishes as well. Because with the snowball, with the Kagura and the Harith, these damage dealers, combos like this become possible. Combos where you go for the burst, but you layer it in a way where it kind of feels like you just out-damage them and out-sustain them as well in these skirmishes. This is another mistake by Felix, walking up way too far, man. With him being so low, you should respect that 3-0 Harith. And Yums constantly looking for these angles, very good targeting as well, bringing the carry of all people back to the team. And Skies, I was coming in last. Very, very good timing for him as well. And it already looked kind of good, to be fair, for Cambodia. They were able to go for the purple buff steal so early on because of the brawl composition that they have. They were able to force the issue, and because they had a winning lane in the XP, that was what I thought was going to be used a bit more. But unfortunately, after getting that first purple buff steal, I think they got overconfident. Lucas was starting to open up the map again, making some real big fundamental mistakes where he just gets caught up by Gojes. I think we have to talk about that play, right? Like when Lucas just walked in that mid bush towards the top side, wanted to go for the invade. It's such a naive, opening for him. But yeah, it ultimately became a game that Malaysia was able to control towards the mid, towards the late especially. We didn't even get to the late game. It was 10 minutes. It was even faster than game number 1. Able to take revenge for that 10-minute, 31-second game of game number 1. Now they do it. They beat Cambodia. Oh, wait. Why is it? Okay, Malaysia versus Indonesia, it says. All right, I was getting confused there, but this is the same stats, right? Yeah, a bit thrown off there. It's okay, though.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Is it 10 minutes, 27 seconds, though?
Was it 10 minutes?
I really didn't pay attention to timers, but it is. It's 10:27 against Cambodia, so yeah.
I was going to say, it was before the First Lord, yeah, right?
It was before the First Lord. It was right as the First Lord spawned in the game, I think, right? Because they were already playing around a turtle, the neutral objective Lord at that time. And they were just able to get it done with that skirmish. The fact that Cambodia tried to fight that was, it was kind of weird, but hey, you get punished for it.
You get punished, and I think Malaysia, their play style and everything else, that's what they do. And really when you looked at the game, everything that they were doing there, and I think that's the same thing. Like Yums played that show so perfectly for this lineup because it didn't matter if he ended up going down or getting picked off or anything, because throughout the entirety of the game, he was able to find the right pickoffs that he was looking for, maybe except one, but he still, it was just an attempt, the one that he missed. So for this, here we go. It does look like, there it is, 10-27 was the game time here for game number 3. Malaysia, though, I mean, like I was saying, if you look at this lineup, like we said from the draft, this was like, I want to end this game early. And so I think, you know what, that was the plan, and they executed it just like that. It was a big damn lineup, dude. Like, even with the combination, like, you don't see Kagura pop up much, but man, this Kagura popping up here and then having, you saw them when they forced the fights, like in those Zaman forces, and had the yin yang overturns and everything else. Like, it was so good. Like, the amount of damage that was just there. And then at the same time, you have an Edith to kind of complement the whole, Yums on this Cho pick. So I think everything really worked out for the game plan. Like, if they didn't end this game, though, early, I feel like they definitely could have struggled against the lineup from Cambodia. And they had to specifically go with this game plan of, this needs to be an early game, end it before the 15 to 18 minute range, and then we're good. But, and they did exactly that. So Cambodia, again, really struggling here with this kind of lineup facing against this kind of aggression, I'd say.
That's why the carry pick just seemed very, very odd to me. The fact that the Edith was up for grabs, some of these prio picks were up for grabs, like the Edith, it just made sense for them to go for the Edith before the carry. So they can go for the Edith and then later on get a good pick as well for that gold lane. But thinking that, the opposing team will go for frontliners, trying to expect that and, trying to predict that by going for the carry, it ended up with Malaysia adapting to the carry. They saw the carry and they were like, all right, you know what? If they want to try to go and deal damage to our frontliners, if they want to try to out-sustain us and out-DPS us, we're just outburst them. We're not even going to need to out-sustain them in these team fights.
Yeah.
Lolio was definitely a core member with this playstyle, though. 7-0-5 for Lolio on the Harith. Game 1 was questionable, but I guess we could just say it's a Lolio thing to do. This is game 2, game 3 onwards. He played it phenomenally. Getting the power spike on the Moskov game number 2 so early on. It was the 8th minute as well. Game 3, the Harith, we didn't even see when he got the item power spike, when he got the Holy Crystal, but I'm guessing it's very, very early in the game because the game ended in 10 minutes. Oh, man. Some really interesting stuff here being utilized by Team Malaysia. Some interesting metas, and I love to see it. I really do. For Malaysia, it seems like they're definitely the most creative team when it comes to the draft so far, I think, in the Asian regional qualifiers for the Asia region, right? We haven't seen a whole lot of the Kaguras, the Auroras, and we see that from Stormy. That is his signature, going for those kind of picks, and it just fits Malaysia's style so well. And in a bit, we will be going to an interview with Ozoravecki, the analyst for Team Malaysia. And I think we're definitely going to get some answers as to why, game 1 was so tough for them, what happened in the draft, and how did they come back from that performance.
One thing, like I was saying before we even started the series, I think, teams like Malaysia, and there's many other teams like this, they profit a lot on the current state of the game. The patch that we had, the ability to go, I mean, they were already very unique in their playstyle before the patch, and so I think this allows them to do that even more so here, like the Banes, like this just the changes that we see so far. I mean, the Arlots that they pick up, nothing too crazy with Arlot, but still they get to pick it sometimes. The Aurora we saw targeted banned out earlier, and some of the, I mean, even to an extent, like they make glue work, they've done a lot of different things, and I think no matter what they draft, hell, even the Kagura, man, like the game plan seems to really match their identity. And they win the games in that way, in a very identity way. And I love to watch it. I love to see it unfold. They love to fight.
Well, speaking of their identity, we're definitely going to get to ask those questions over to Ozoravecki. So let's get into the interview with Ozoravecki. So, hello, Ozoravecki, can you hear us? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hello, I'm Ozoravecki, the analyst of Team Malaysia. Yeah, nice to see you guys.
All right, man. Ozora, I got a few questions for you, but I'll start with a simple one, right? What happened in game number 1? And that was very uncharacteristic for Team Malaysia after seeing your run through the group stages as well, not dropping a single game. This is the first game that you've dropped in the Asian regional qualifiers, and I just want to know, shed some light into that loss. What happened? Was it draft? Was it errors in the game?
I think generally we have a really strong early game draft, but we made a very big mistake when it comes to like the first minute of the game, right? You see everybody dying in the bush, and then you see our EXP later get completely zoned off two-way. Yeah. So I think that is just too much when you are playing an early game comp, and then you make a mistake and then they just take away it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Definitely. I think we were on board with that too. When we saw the composition, it was good. Then we saw the early, dive in the bush, and it was tough to deal with. Going on that, I want to ask, because you guys have one of the most interesting picks so far throughout the tournament. I mean, even just in general, Malaysia is known for, very great picks, unique picks and everything like that. So I got to ask, do the players have input towards, some of the picks with this, or is it more so like, you as the analyst and even the coach, like, do you guys give them the flexibility of these players to pick what they want sometimes? Because, for example, we're not used to seeing a Kagura. We're not used to seeing Bane as much. So how do these heroes come into the draft for you guys?
I think it's just really the system that me and Arcadia decided to bring to this team, because we really trust, especially the mechanic of our players. And then, especially when it comes to pick like something unique or something that's our meta, as long as the player can play well in the meta, and then we can like study up the why is good and stuff, it always makes sense, right? Mobile Legends has so many heroes, doesn't mean that you have to always play the same hero. As long as it's good in the meta, you can fight the meta, even though it's like odd, it's fine. Yeah.
I love it.
Then.
As a non-meta hero fan, I love it.
Yeah. He's a fan of Gord, by the way. He's like the #1 Gord at one point, top global. But speaking of these unique picks, you've been going off meta with some of these picks, and I just want to know if this meta allows you to do that more than the previous ones, or if it's just the same across the board, right? Because we know that with the current changes, especially the Kagura Aurora may be able to benefit if they snowball in the early game with, some of these new items.
I think definitely there's a lot of good balancing coming up from Munton, because especially it comes to the jungle changes. So you see that it opens up a lot more heroes to be played. It doesn't have to be tank jungler all the time, so you can survive the early game. So with those changes, and I think Munton is just making a very good small changes here and there that don't break the hero, but instead make the hero have their own identity. Like Moscow, for example, he used to be weak, right? They just changed his ulti, now he can fly over the map. Now he's good. So I think the balancing changes are doing good, and then it's just up to the coaches and players to like find out whatever heroes that you like to play and then just apply.
All right. It's awesome, right? Nice. Do you have any last, questions, or you want to say anything before we end this interview?
All I want to say is congratulations for booking your slot to WEC. Congratulations.
Yeah,
congratulations.
I'm really proud of my players, even though we don't have much time to practice, but they managed to gel and make really good run in this tournament. So see you guys in Riyadh. Thanks for the support, guys.
See ya, Zoraveki. Congratulations on the win. We heard that from Arcadia as well. They had little time to train for this, but congratulations. You guys deserve it, and we will see you later for the grand final, best of one, for the seeding of how they will, play later on. But thank you so much, Zoraveki. See ya.
Thank you, guys. See you.
There you go, Naisu. Now we're going to be ready for the next match, because with Malaysia winning here and Indonesia winning previously, that means we are set for a revenge match to what happened in Group B, and also technically have Group B supremacy here for Asian regional qualifiers.
Yeah.
Both of the teams who made it to Riyadh, to WEC, to the main stage, both came from the same group. But if you guys remember, Malaysia were #1. They didn't drop a single game in their group. Indonesia, they dropped a match and a game against Malaysia, but that's it. Anyone else they were able to beat. So for you guys waiting, you guys know what's up next. It's the revenge match, or perhaps the repeat match, depending on how you see it. Malaysia could get it done, get that snowballing all the way from start, stop the Indonesian snowballing from happening. And if you guys are wondering what this best of one is going to achieve, right? Because obviously both of the teams have already qualified. Technically, it's unnecessary if there's no impact here, but there will be impact later on. It'll be for the seeding of these teams as a Southeast Asia representative for WEC 24 in Riyadh. So we'll get to see them in the group stages as well. We'll see maybe them go to different pools if they win here. So it's a very important match, nice.
It is, and it is great that Group B was able to pull this through, and we know that another Asian team is out there waiting for them in Riyadh. You know, the former champions, I should say. So I can't wait to see what happens with the best of one, at least to round it out for us.
Well, with that, we're going to head to break, a very short one at that, 10 minutes only to get to our final match of the day. The grand finals, best of one, Indonesia versus Malaysia. It's been Mirko and Naisu, and we'll be back later for the final match. Stay tuned.
We have made it to the final game of Iesf Asian Championships, the road to Riyadh 2024, that the WEC for Iesf. Once again, for the final time, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko, and we're here to bring you the grand final. Now, you guys might be wondering, whoa, grand final, what? It's a best of one? Yes, it's a best of one, because again, these two teams in Malaysia and Indonesia have already secured their slot going forward to WEC. They'll fly out to Riyadh and compete, but this is for seeding, right? So this secures them a better seeding, I should say, for once we get to the WEC and we see how all the brackets and everything fall into place. So that's what's at stake here. Not only that, but I would say there's a little bit of a grudge match here too, Mirko. I don't know. What do you think for this best of one?
Of course, we've been seeing all the fans as well, the Malaysian fans, the Indonesian fans attack each other's teams, say, all right, you got lucky there. And the Malaysian fans are like, nah, bro, it's just a new era. It's Malaysia time, right? Malaysia boleh. So I love to see that competitive spirit for both of the fans in the chat as well, as long as it doesn't get too toxic. But for Indonesia and Malaysia, I think it's the same way, right? These two nations, very, very competitive. Malaysia has really risen and improved so much. Even Albert said, like, Malaysia, they just improved. They're just really, really good in the interview. So even for the players, man, there's no real like drama behind the scenes. There's no real like, oh yeah, we hate these Malaysian players. It's just, man, they're good. We want to try to beat them because they are good. And the same goes for Malaysia. I think for the longest time, they're looking at Indonesia as the nation closest to them, right? Like in terms of skill. Because Philippines is number one, they're up ahead. Malaysia's got to reach the Indonesian level first and then go towards Philippines. And right now the hype is already around Malaysia after beating Indonesia 2-0. They maybe have already, gone to the same level as Indonesia.
We'll see. We're going to take a look at the lineups here once again for Indonesia. We have Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And again, Boots, we know now, after the interview earlier, he's coaching them, right? He's coaching them. CEO Boots, and so it's been Mlbb, of course, playing and doing a fantastic job, if I might say, for Mlbb. Really a key part of this success that they've been having. And I think you mentioned, right, he is a rookie. Was it his rookie season, this past one for the MPL?
Yeah, this is his rookie season. This is his first time ever playing professionally. Before this, he was playing in the second league, right, in MDL. So he does have experience playing there. But against, the top tier players, all that, and especially internationally, this is his first international event, even before MSC, right? So they haven't flown out to Riyadh just yet for MSC. They're still here to qualify and to fight for the seeding. They've already technically qualified. But for the rest of the team, you've seen them many, many times before, bro. It's Albert, CW, Sans, and Keyboy. Definitely not a stranger to these names, especially in the international scene.
Yeah.
We have seen them, I think, all the way from season 7 for Albert. No, wait, it's 8. Season 8, it was Onyx RQ. So it was Albert, CW, Sans, Keyboy, Vin, all those names that you guys probably know to this day. But for Malaysia, that's what's really crazy about them, right? This is a team who don't have as much experience, maybe aside from Yums, when it comes to the international scene. And the fact that they're able to perform at this level already, it's crazy.
Yeah. Impressive. Even if you look at some of these names, they're very familiar for a lot of people that have been following maybe just the international scene in general, but also specifically the Malaysian scene. You have Yums, Stormy, Skies, Gojes, and Lolil. And, this was the team that I feel like just a couple days ago made waves online. Like for a lot of people, they were like, saying a lot of stuff about the matchup from Malaysia and Indonesia the first time they met in the group stage. And, we're all for it. Be a fan. Yeah, just don't be toxic, right, guys? I mean, come on, keep it civil out there, because at the end of the day, there's no bad blood, of course, between these players, these teams, and they just really love to play competitively against each other time and time again, whichever world stage they're going to find themselves on. And at the end of the day, remember, these two teams are both winners. They're both going out. They're both flying to Riyadh later this year, and, they're going to be in Riyadh a lot this year. Let's just say that. So I think for Malaysia specifically, they're the team that can match up and maybe, like you said, maybe even go above what we've seen from Indonesia before. I mean, already they've proved that. That's number one, at least through the group stages. Now, I'm just wondering if Malaysia is actually able to maintain that standard that they already set early on, because to be able to do that, and I think as Malaysia as a region for the longest time they've always been around, like, you know, in these international competitions. But even our dear friends from Malaysia, like we know what they say about, you know, the competitiveness on the international stage. They're usually happy with, you know, getting certain places. Maybe it's not first through 3, but they're happy to be there. Maybe it is third. But I think the main point that I'm trying to get to is for Malaysia, these players have improved so much on even some of their respective teams that they've come from, and now they're forming this national team. Their improvement has come through, and the synergy that they're able to play with against a team that has a lot of synergy. I mean, Indonesian team is no joke. Obviously, they're one of the best in the world here. But Malaysia, from what we've seen, is getting there, and I think it's getting more apparent that you really have to respect this play style from Malaysia. A lot of the time, a lot of people already respect the play style of Philippines, Indonesia. You know, they're usually the 2 countries that pop in your head. But Malaysia, what they did already in the group stage, if they can do it again in this best of 1, I know it's only for seeding, but if they can do it again here, then they even further that theory of, man, Malaysia has gotten so much better over the years, over the time. And, you know, remember here in Iesf, guys, there was no imports. So we can't go and argue all that stuff, right? This is national players, national teams duking it out. And the thing I love about Malaysia so far is, like we just heard from the interview, the amount of uniqueness to their drafting. Their play style typically stays the same, but they love to experiment. And if it's not meta, it doesn't matter. If they can make that hero work in the current way of the meta, they'll do it, and that's what I love to see.
I think that's what everybody loves to see. Finally, a breath of fresh air when it comes to the meta, right? From the Southeast Asian region. Because technically from the African regional qualifiers or the first few days of Asian regional qualifiers, yeah, we've been seeing a whole lot of different picks, unique picks, which is cool to see. But now for the Southeast Asian teams, especially Malaysia, you know, part of the big 3 when it comes to, you know, the major regions, going for risky moves in the draft makes it just so much more engaging as a viewer, as a caster especially, right? Whenever they go for the Aurora, the Kagura as well, there's always, you know, a little bit of a smile there, a little bit of happiness for us.
Yeah.
And I think it's safe to say for both of us, right? As an Indonesian, as a Filipino, the Philippines and Indonesia, and for Indonesia as well, they've been top 2 for so long. It's about time we see a new nation, a new region take control. maybe, you know, we never know here, but maybe
I'm just shaking my head.
Yeah, but
I might not be agreeing with you, but I'm just shaking my head up and down.
But especially considering, Naiso, the World Champions will also be in Malaysia. We're going to have a World Championship later on in Malaysia. So if Malaysia can continue this upwards trend towards the next season as well, it's going to be really, really cool to see the Malaysian support and all of that. But obviously, you know, I agree, but I also have to disagree sometimes because I'm an Indonesian, you know. It's cool to have these new regions come up, but I don't need to explain that, right? There's that national pride, obviously, that you want to, you know, support your country every single time. And that's why we're seeing so many of those fans as well in the live chat, right? So shout out to all the fans who are actually just supporting your team, supporting your nation here in the competition.
Yeah.
Don't be toxic, guys. You know, I see a lot of toxic comments as well, but okay, it's cool to see, you know, for the most part, at least most of the viewers, they're kind of chill. They're just watching the game and looking at the game in a very competitive and sportive way.
You know, I would say that out of all the viewers, it's probably a small percentage that are actually, like, you know, in the chat and stuff, because so many viewers, like, I mean, think about it, the sports or the esports that you watch, the titles, are you really sitting there like typing away on the chat, or are you watching the game? Like, I don't know, maybe this is because I'm older, but I don't even open the chat when I'm watching sports or esports. I close it, I full screen, and I sit back and watch. So, you know, some people like to also just come and talk in the chat. That's your thing, great. But at the end of the day, like I said, both these teams have already secured their slots, representing their countries and looking to bring further pride to them. I think that's the main point here, especially for Iesf. And knowing that, once again, you know, some of those slots are being locked in. We saw a lot of this throughout the past. This is day 4. I feel like, you know, now that we've gone from Africa and then we did Asia here, Mirko, like, I feel like I can't keep up sometimes with the days that are going on right now for Iesf, you know. And of course, like, even after we close out today for Asia, we still have Europe, and then we have Americas. Like, we have those for Mlbb. and then eventually we get to Riyadh, you know. So for the most part, like I said, there is so much happening here with the lineups. We've seen so much from these two teams as well as we jump into the draft for game number 1, and the only game, I should say, as it's a best of 1. So if you have everything to leave on the line here, you might as well do it for game number 1, as it's the only one, and also for Malaysia. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure if we're going to get that to see that again, but it looks like they banned out the Fanny to start out. I think this is going to be the battle of obviously these two junglers again that we got to see, and I think it's very exciting to see unfold depending on what Albert also brings to the table in terms of his hero choice, because we've so far, when these teams have played against other teams and on the live stream, we've seen the teams they face ban out like all the assassins that they can. You know, so I think we did get word they're going to fix a couple things here on this overlay, of course, because they had some typos they had to get there, but still, here we go.
There you go.
All right. So Malaysia, but the bans were the same. So it was that Fanny ban. You can see this too, Nolan. So I think. Oh wait. Okay, they're flipping it around too. Indonesian's actually going to be on the blue side. We have Malaysia on the red. And so interesting that they're going this route too. I'm wondering what this leaves open for priority for Indonesia.
Well, the Harith is number 1 still, right? I think for Indonesia especially, well, actually for both Indonesia and Malaysia, whenever the Harith is left open, they even prioritize the Harith still over the Roger. So I'm expecting the Harith and the Roger still to be left open. They're probably going to go for the Chip and the Loyi as the final bans here. But even if they don't, maybe the Angela ban will come through. I think for Malaysia, they've got to, think about that, whether they want to ban the Angela or they want to try to threaten the Angela Ling on the second phase. Because technically for the Ling, it's still up for grabs. And for Indonesia, I think they're pretty confident now to utilize the Ling. I don't know if the Ling and the Angela get left open. I don't know if they actually want to go for Angela first, Ling first, Harith first, or Roger. But I think it has to be either Angela or Ling if the Ling does get left open, or if the Angela does get left open, right? Because if you don't pick up either the Angela or the Ling, Malaysia will have a chance to go for the straight up Angela-Ling combo. But they stopped that before it even happens. They stopped that in the banning phase here. In the first phase,
Get it out of here.
The Ling, Harith, and the Roger. 3 big picks. And now it gets kind of tough for Indonesia to try to decide, but it doesn't seem like it was tough at all. They actually just lock in the Ling, confident with Albert on the Ling. We did see a 13-0 game just yesterday. Johnson Kadita, he's back. They're back.
They're back. The Johnson Kadita combination. If it's anything, it's their play style. I almost feel like this is also in a way for them to just, Malaysia's probably like, you know what, let's have some fun with this. But these are still actually quality picks because, like we said, you will not see many teams pick up Johnson. You'll see teams pick up Kadita, sure, but Johnson right now, there's not that many teams out there. Malaysia will do it though. Now, how does Indonesia respond to that? I think Albert already gets his Ling. He's not going to get the Angela to be there to support him. Interesting. All right, Zask is going to come out for this game, and the Masha locked in. Okay, for Luke be here. All right, interesting. I think we're gonna have a fun game on our hands here, Mirko.
We get it. It's a best of 1. It's not a best of 5. You don't really need to go for the reads. You might just go for the pocket picks. But we were talking to Ozorovecki earlier about how all right, they do like their own metas. They like to be creative in the drafts, but this is borderline crazy. It's not just off meta, right? Same goes for the Zask as well. When was the last time we saw Zask in a professional match? I don't remember at all, actually. Maybe season 7. Yeah, season 7 MPLID was the last time at least I saw it domestically, the Zask. And the Aldous pick as well. Malaysia want to double down on this composition with the Kadita Johnson and now the Aldous. It makes sense technically on paper, right? You have that global presence with the Aldous. That's something that a lot of teams have been able to utilize with the Loyi, with the Chip, with the Moskov as well. But I think now as we get towards the second phase, Indonesia will start banning out that Moskov, the marksman as well, from Malaysia. Because Lolios, when he got his hands on the Moskov yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? When they beat Indonesia, that was when Loliel got the Moskov, yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Aldous? So Freya's going to ban? Honestly, I think this is like... the idea for this is almost just like, you know what? We both locked in our slots. let's go out with a bang for our seeding. I think that's what it is. You know, like as much as possible. Just or maybe this is going back to the question that I asked during the interview for Malaysia, was like, do you guys let the players pick their picks for the draft, or is there like a communication between you guys, the coach, and everything else? Maybe this was just like, you know what, hey, to the Malaysia players, you guys can just go ahead and pick what you want, roll with it, have some fun. And maybe this shakes things up enough too, where it actually throws Indonesia off, you know. But even this Zask pick, I feel like I've seen now a couple streams even pop up where you have like these Zask mains playing this quite a bit in the new system, ranking it up. Yin is banned out. Man, we missed the Yin Roam, by the way. Bring that back, you know, bring it back to the table. But interesting last couple bans from Indonesia. I don't even know what to guess, man. At this point, with these first picks, first phase for both these teams, I don't even know what for us to guess here. So let's just sit back and see what both teams round this out with for their last two picks. Because Aldis, like, is this also going to just be like, okay, where do you put Aldis? Where do you want him in your rank games? If you have an Aldis player, where do you want him?
Oh man, I don't want him in my rank game. That's number one, right? If you tell me to choose, I don't. All right, I guess now
he's insta locked.
It's insta locked, and it's gonna be a Joy as well. So Joy goes to the jungle, I think. I think the gold or the XP should be okay. You know what? Maybe even the mid lane. Honestly, have you ever seen the Aldous mid lane? Because you get more minions in the mid lane early on, so you can get more stacks.
More stacks.
That was Bellaric as well. Oh my god, yeah, both Indonesia and Malaysia, they're just gonna utilize this to try to like read and test the waters. These are some crazy picks, man, and that's Selena to end things off. That's Keyboy on the Selena. All right, let's take a look at Malaysia. What's their last pick gonna be? We're not gonna see a marksman, I think, especially now looking at the composition from Indonesia. And it's Saber! No, man! Okay, I'll take the Aldous, I'll take this composition, I'll take anything oh, wait. It's also Zacuti who's going to be playing, by the way. So, a swap in jungle? Yeah, no skies. It's Zacuti.
Okay, so it's so jungle Saber. Gold lane Joy, is that right? Or unless they're doing a lane swap too. Lolio's going on the Joy.
Keyboy on Zask? Sans on Ling? Wait.
Is this real? We got to wait till we get in the game. This is almost like fun match territory, right?
Yeah.
Go out with a bang for the seeding.
Are they aware that this match is, for the seeding? Or do they think it's just like, formality? Because based on the draft, I don't think this is something we can say is normal. We don't see a lot of these picks. Maybe the Kadira. Yeah, we see the Kadira, but that's it. And Ling.
Well, it looks like it was the swap, as I see Sans on the Ling. So let's jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun here. You guys can let us know which composition in the chat you're feeling more. Is it for Indonesia or is it for Malaysia? Let us know with the hashtags, hashtag Indonesia, hashtag Malaysia. Who is going to win this best of one, the grand final? And hopefully the players know as well, this is for seeding, because that's what they're battling out for. Let's jump into the land of Dawn here. Both teams, once again, have secured their slots to the WEC. So at this point, they're in it for the last match as we round up the Asian Championship for Mlbb. And this is interesting. I mean, how often do you get to see these juggled around? I mean, even Keyboy running the Temporal Rain on the Zask this time. It'll be fun to see if this actually ends up working out pretty well, but I will say, man, with the Saber over here, actually, he's already making his way up top. Okay.
Sans do the same thing. Will be stunned up. Now triple sweep, not ready just yet. And Zacuti goes in for the dash, and Sans will be able to escape right now. Temple Blade's gonna be used up as a triple sweep. Not there. A good knockup to get Sans out of there, but it's gonna be traded down by Lolio, who gets the or not just the rhythms, just the dashes to get him down.
Okay, well, already it's a 1-for-1. Pretty even across the board, of course. Gojes, Albert on the hunt. Come on, Albert.
He wants to be stacking up on this Aldous. He wants to be taking a lot of things. So the fact that they were able to zone him away, even though obviously, he had spend the flicker there, and technically he
Yeah.
didn't get anything. No resources back. It's still not that bad because Gorgeous does lose quite a bit there in the bottom lane as they are going to go for the turtle. It's Sans who starts things first. ZocQT on the purple buff, trying to go for the purple buff first as Sans keeps on going at it. Doesn't have the purple buff just yet as Sans jumps in Retribution and we'll be able to find it. ZocQT, does he go for the triple sweep? He doesn't even have it. Sans has it to his ways and we'll be able to use it under the turret. That's going to be the tank in coming in from Keyboy. One last hit. Sans picks it up. A good abyssal arrow as well to stop Humes. But look at the chase fate. Gorgeous picks up the kill. That's a trade back in favor of, I don't know.
I don't know. It's pretty much, man. Oh,
Another abyssal arrow right into the thunderclap, and that's a sky piercer built for CW. Calvin Winata on the Masha.
alrighty. Well, at the same time, it looks like both teams have just ignored the turtle. They just want to battle it out further. Top side, they're gonna get a kill.
Good abyssal arrow once again as the Dominator's Ascent gets used up. Keyboy now going to Stormy, who's forced back with the oddity as Albert again just tries to go for another abyssal arrow. That's Lolo who's jumping in, has electrifying beats, gets stunned up with the abyssal arrow, does some damage. Keyboy flickering forward. What was that? Albert getting the kill again. The Breath of the Ocean sidestep. Now ZocQT with a few shots should be able to take Albert down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Lutfi and Sans will be going onto the turtle. It's ZocQT up top. It should be free. Wrath of the Dryad used up as well here by Lutfi. Gorgeous. Does he go for the steal? Does he flicker in? Do it! Do it! No! Sans will just take this away.
All right, turtle finally secured into this game. Driving
Vroom, vroom.
around, Johnson going around. Oh,
It's gonna land on the Keyboy right into the rough waves and the Breath of the Ocean. An abyssal arrow though connecting onto the back line where the Tempest Blade is gonna be used on. ZocQT will not be able to utilize the triple sweep all the way. Stormy gets a good petrify but gets stunned up by the abyssal arrow. Still with the immune, able to escape. Albert diving deep under the tier 1 as Sans looks for the kill, but will be able to do so. Who goes in, chase fate onto Albert. Now an oddity against Stormy, able to outplay Sans with the Defiant Blade, chasing him under the tier 1, getting the kill, and now getting chased down by Yums. With Gorgeous just focusing on the farm in the mid lane, it seems to be another trade. That axe is not gonna land. Yums will recall.
okay. A whole lot is happening here.
My God.
My goodness. And, you know, heroes that you're not even used to casting over, but it's fun to see. And with that, you know, I wouldn't even say, when you look at this lead, hold on, Johnson's making his way down mid lane.
Oh no, it's Keyboy again who gets caught, but Lutfi, the Wrath of the Dryad was used up earlier. Keyboy is able to outplay with the Dominator's Descent. Wow, what a play on that Temporal Rain too. Gets a whole lot of value. Meanwhile, Gorgeous in bottom lane will try his best to pick up some of the gold from that turret, but Sans is here. Now Gorgeous deals some damage back with the Sans. Ooh, it's gonna be a lot of damage placed down, but now it'll be 3v1. Lutfi picks up the kill. Yums trying to go for the conceal to help him out in the bottom lane, but it will not work. Indonesia leading in kills in the mid lane. ZocQT gonna be stunned up into the abyssal arrow, but he sidesteps it just in time. Triple sweep as Albert does some damage back. That's a Sky Piercer, and Sans picks up a killing spree in the mid lane as he jumps in with the Finch Poise.
Man, so I guess you could say that Indonesia's at least got a lead right now. It's very minor, but still both teams just kind of trying to find pickoffs where they can, get kills where they can, and just with this interesting lineup, I should say, able to pull through. For Malaysia though, on their end, this is the way they could win this is just Gojas gets 900 stacks, dude. Like that might be the answer. 900 stacks. Oh.
Johnson with the rapid touchdown, able to crash onto Albert. Look at him. Look at this tree man walking all the way towards the front, trying to chase Stormy. Keyboy, Dominator's Descent. And he'll just stay there. That was unfortunate, Keyboy. And a nice try, man.
Nice try.
I don't know. Hold on. Here? Still steal by Sansa. He dodges away from the triple sweep. Now picking up the blade. ZocQT going to be slain by the Finch Poise. The chase fate connects with the Breath of the Ocean. And it's going to be the shutdown for Stormy.
Tree man.
Getting the rough waves. Another chase fate now used up on the Lutfi. Oh, flicker out of the missile arrow right into the oddity. But CW is here to go in. That's a thunderclap to take him off. But look at the Johnson. Oh, the flicker forward by Albert to cancel the rapid touchdown. Forcing Yums in the skirmish. And CW gets that last thunderclap as it'll be a trade for Lolial. He gets a turret up top. But look at the mid lane as well. Keyboy staying busy.
Man, that was tough. Yums is like, come on, I got you, Stormy. And he ends up getting taken down instead. Stormy's out of there now.
Triple sweep. Albert will lose his life. Dominator's Descent though as he moves forward. That's a stun down, and ZocQT will be taken down by the little Johnny boy there. Dominator's Descent. That's what I call him, by the way, man.
Little Johnny boy?
Little Johnny boy. Whoa. little bit of another skirmish happening there. It seems for Mlbb is trying to go for the top. Oh no, Keyboy flickers out of the rapid touchdown. He'll just make a detour though. Loliel going for the chase as well. This should be Keyboy falling to the electrifying beast. 2-man into the petrify and the rough waves as well. Sans and Mlbb taken out.
I gotta say, Yumes, he's got a license, man. He's actually a pretty good driver aside from earlier when he ran in.
What?
CW's gonna get the kill on Stormy. They might have a revenge here.
Okay, CW dealing damage back. Thunderclap gets caught, but the chase fade. Gorgeous with the shutdown. And in the 7th minute, we've already got rapid touchdown again onto the back. Gorgeous dealing damage, and he might not need the 900 stacks. Maybe he's skilled enough.
He's there already. He's got it already, and he's 5-2-3. Aldous, though, I mean, the burst damage with Gojes and Zach Cutie already should be an automatic kill. That's not even with Stormy. Stormy at some point, like, there's so many just 1 kills that they could get. Once again, Yumes is going to drive it with Stormy. So it's up to the rest of the team. Where are they going to spot this out? Turtle's up, though. It's already going to be started there with Keyboy. Might just make their way down to the turtle pit. They might be a little bit too late for this drive, though. Here they come.
Yeah, Sans picks it up, gets caught by the petrify. That's Wrath of the Dryad to taunt them back in towards them, but that's not going to be enough damage right now, as that's going to be the electrifying piece with the triple sweep used up, and that's a chase fade again to dive Albert to the backside with a flicker as well. Keyboy deals some damage now, doesn't have Dominator's Descent just yet as Loliel gets rid of Mlbb on the other side of the map. It's still going to be Keyboy trying to look for the kite down, but the Breath of the Ocean puts him down to the ground. And take a look at the shutdown picked up by Albert as well, able to outplay in that chase, but now Loliel has the dashes. Rapid touchdown! Oh, he crashes in and he gets shot down by the turret. Albert looking to go for a play, puts in the trap. Stormy gonna be caught in the abyssal arrow, connects again. Albert getting the kill on the Stormy. Loliel now looking for electrifying beats, has 2 stacks on him. Albert trying to juke here, electrifying beat chasing. The slowly but surely able to take Albert down as Sans goes in for the chase. He did get that purple buff, and honestly, nice. Who's winning?
That's a good question. I was gonna ask you that too. At this point, man, like, hey, I'm glad you're doing the play-by-play, Mirko, because this with these lineups, it's all you, buddy. Like, you got it.
It's all fights, bro.
It's all plays. It's all fights. It's all drive-bys from Yumes. And, you know, honestly, this whole time, I feel like Mlbb has just been the tree man. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. They run into, what do you call it again?
The Johnny Boys, man.
Johnny Boys. Ran into a Johnny Boy there. That's the least alien name I could think of, man. I don't know how you got to Johnny Boy.
It's just like an Indonesian meme, man. They just call the Dominators the center, all of it. Yeah, oh, look, P, going for the chase.
Threat, dude. Look at the threat from this Belric.
Oh no, look at the threat of the 3 members jumping in with Thunderclap as well. ZaQT, where did he go? CW forced to flicker back. Looking gorgeous though on the other side of the map, forcing CW to recall, but he actually cancels out on the recalls. Loliel goes in for the chase, the rapid touchdown and the chase fade. Look at the global presence connecting on the Albert in the back line with the Wrath of the Dryad connecting as well. That's gonna be Keyboy versus 2 members. Able to flicker out for now. It's a petrify on the Sans as he gets some damage back on the Yobs. It's a kill now picked up by Loliel. It's a good Breath of the Ocean as Loliel goes ham. Wild in the skirmish. 4-4-2 in favor of Malaysia. Only Albert now looking to go for a steal, but technically there's no retribution on their side. He could pull it off. Loliel zoning him very, very well. Albert walking forward, trying to go for the stun flickers as well. Goodbye, Albert. Good night. Gorgeous will chase him down. Trap plays down Albert, delaying the inevitable. Look at this man trying to run away. Albert, you're gonna get chased down anyways, man. Oh, he dodges from 1. Loliel with a dash. The abyssal arrow connects. But Loliel can just go through it all.
I was wondering if Gojes would be able to catch up to him, but good thing Loliel was there. Man, if you ask me still, who's winning? I don't know. It is going to be a Lord, though, up top side. And once again, Yube's driving around. Expert driving skills here. Still, Sans is around the corner, but they'll go ahead and just take a trip. And, you know, this is the thing for Indonesia. If they actually want to stay in this game here, they're gonna have to deal with this Lord the best way they can. They don't. I think defense-wise is okay, defense-wise, because they even have a Zask. But with the force of this Yumes driving around in this threat, just like this.
Oh, Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. The combo CW disappearing from Atlanta Dawn around that orange buff. Now they continue this chase. That Sans getting knocked up. Triple sweep from ZaQT and the Sky Piercer will be enough to take Sans down. Now with the Lord up top as well. They might be looking for a full-on fight. Look, getting a taunt, massive taunt onto 4 members. Keyboy with dominates percent, now forced to flicker back. The chase fade into the back. Oh, he gets close to Keyboy, and he'll take him out. Now next, it's going to be a double kill as it goes on to Mlbb. Rapid touchdown onto Albert, and Malaysia are looking to end the game in the 11th minute, making it 12. That's GG to Malaysia.
Man, oh man. Congratulations, Malaysia, for winning the grand final in the best of 1. Oh, against Indonesia. Again, guys, just so everybody knows, because I know some people probably jumped into that game and are like, what is going on? Both the teams, Indonesia and Malaysia, have already secured their slots to Riyadh at the WEC. And, you know, it came down to a best of 1 for the grand final just for seeding. So that's, you know, for placements once they finally get to the WEC. And they went out with a bang. They went out with style, went out with finesse. They went out with a whole lot of stacks and a whole lot of questions of who was winning that game during that time. But clearly, in due time, Malaysia comes out swinging with a lineup that already off the bat, when Johnson and Kadita were picked up, I was like, you know what? This could work out. And then we saw the rest kind of come to play here. And then with Indonesia switching roles, hey, you know, I'm sure it was fun to be able to do that, you know, once in a while. They probably don't get to do that on a competitive stage too often.
No, I don't think they get a chance to do that at all, right? And we get to see the highlights. It does seem like the entire game was just a highlight reel, so nice to all the way from start. First blood, Sans, traded by Loliel, and then this flicker by Albert, right? And he gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, it started like you said, throughout this game, it was actually a fun back and forth. I don't know. I'd almost feel like, you know, this is one of the games that I've played before, especially with the lineups that I see here. But, you know,
there's no gourd. There's no way you play it here.
No, you know, sometimes the gourd is banned, man. You know, but usually when I have those games and I see that the Aldous locked in, like immediately locked in and then picked up and put in the gold lane, yeah, I say locked in. Like, I'm not even right now, I should say I'm not even high enough rank to have bans. Oh, CW, by the way,
that's such a funny one. Oh my lord, we didn't get to see that. That was actually really fun.
Yeah, yep, he was able to dodge that. But yeah, I guess, you know, for both these players, it's funny because when we built up to this, it was like we were asking them, you know, who would you like to face off in the playoffs and the grand finals and everything else, and then, hey, we didn't know they wanted to do it in this way, but
no, I don't think anyone knew.
Yeah, I think one thing you guys can count on, though, is once we do get to the WEC in Riyadh, and if these players, you know, get to match off against each other, expect a highly competitive match, just like this one. I mean, it was competitive in its own right, you know, but at the WEC, I know these two teams are definitely going to want to go ahead and settle, I feel like, a score in a sense. So for me, this is a really good way to settle a score with some fun to it.
For sure, and we get to see it here. Oh my god, man. I mean, just fights after fights after fights. At this point, there's no analyzing. It's more just reacting, right? And every single skirmish, you're like, all right, let's duel it out. Gojes definitely felt betrayed here. He thought, okay, Sans, you're going to try to 1v1 me, nerd? All right, come face me. And then 3 members show up, right? It's like, it's a bit, it's not honorable, but it's the way you actually want to go for these fights, right? You never want to actually go make it fair. You got to use these advantages, man. And then Malaysia, they definitely used that after that. After Gojes didn't get the fair 1v1, they were like, all right, none of you will get a fair 1v1. Everyone's just going to go in with the rapid touchdown and the chase fade. It's always going to be a man advantage for us.
Man, you know, we're still looking at the highlights here too with this, and I think I was actually happy to see the bell rig, but you know, when we were going through the Iesf, even in Africa for the qualifiers here, I feel like that was something we were looking for, like Belric. Did we see it pop up once? I think we did, right?
We did, yeah. It was Belric Flicker, remember?
It was Barrick. Yeah, it was XP lane, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Mlbb Women's for Africa Regional Qualifier.
That's right. We saw Belric XP lane this time around. You know, I'm actually wondering as I look at this too, like how useful would a Belric roam be, like in our current state of things? Like if it would actually be beneficial for teams or not. But, you know, anytime you're playing against a Johnson-Kadita combination, I don't think there's much you can do, man. You know, to be honest, like every single time that rapid touchdown is available, yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with. And even for the Zask, like the old Zask mains out there, I'm sure they've been happy with some of the new changes, of course, coming up. And I feel like he could actually be pretty competitive in even your ranked games out there. Maybe even Johnson could be. Maybe Johnson could be at that point where he is. But, when you look at this and you look at the highlights here, you just got to appreciate the fact that they played their last game with some fun. And I don't know, man. Maybe, as different as the meta is coming to head here, that we see some of these heroes even pop up. Who knows by the time we get to the WEC? And it was all part of the plan of actually just getting the dust off and trying it out.
This final fight, man, this final skirmish. Keyboy getting isolated by two beefy boys and Loliel as well with that damage. The Joy, dude, the Joy was nerfed, right? But if you take a look at his damage, it didn't feel like he was nerfed at all. He's still doing crazy amounts. Maybe it's just because this is like a weird composition for Indonesia. Maybe that's why the Joy looks like he's doing so much damage. But yeah, man, it was, they're gonna go out with a bang. They're both already in Riyadh. Technically, they both already qualified to Iesf, the main event. So I guess none of them really want to go and reveal the strategies. Not even for the seeding, apparently. I see.
Pocket strat.
Maybe this is the pocket strat. Maybe Malaysia's pocket strat is just stronger, man.
I don't know, dude. Like, some of these picks I could actually see working currently. Now that we've seen some pretty crazy stuff throughout the qualifiers, like
the Saber could work.
Saber could work, yeah, definitely. Saber could work. And I think it's like threat enough, like especially with the Sky Piercer. Like Saber's pretty devastating. I would think, like even in some of these games that we would see eventually through the WC. It's a 12-minute game that we had here. Match one of one. It was only a best of one. Again, I know some people were probably confused from that, but I can't wait to hear what Malaysia eventually has to say for winning this, because for the longest time, I was wondering who was pulling through that game and who was going to win there. I will say too, Sans was actually, did Sans jungle before? He was pretty good.
Yeah, Sans used to be a jungler before he was a mid laner. He was a jungler for Onyx as well.
Wow. Okay. No wonder. I was gonna say, man. Like, I haven't watched the previous years of Sans. I've seen him now, but I actually look pretty good on the Ling. And even when the Masha popped up, the fact that CW had it here, Albert looks like he's played the Selena timer too.
Oh yeah.
It's an OG pick. Yeah. I don't know who to give MVP here though for Malaysia.
There's no MVP. It's just the MVP is the country. Just Malaysia. Malaysia's the MVP for this game, for this performance as well. But who would I give the MVP to? I don't know. Well, Loliel seems to be the one that will get the MVP. There's a solid KD there that definitely pushes that MVP towards him. 10, 2, and 11, 68,000 damage dealt with the Holy Crystal as well. Yeah, I really don't know how to analyze this game. There's not much. It seems like they're having fun.
Yeah, this is the one you kind of just like log in with the boys, and you just say, let's get one more game in. It's like 2 a.m. You've played constantly all throughout the day, and then you're just like, one more game. And you have that friend that starts it off with picking Johnson.
Yeah. I don't know when they're actually going to be flying out to Riyadh, by the way. Some of these members are actually also qualified to MSC, right? So maybe they're just getting that game quick in so that they're, all right, let's prepare for the flight. So maybe it is tonight. I don't know.
Hey,
but
that might be us
we're
too.
Going to get our... That's true. That's us tomorrow, bro.
That's us tomorrow. You know what? Let's go ahead and get... I think we are going to hear from Gojez from... Review with us. Ring. Gojez! Hello.
Yo.
Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, congratulations. The grand final, what a game. Best of one. What a lineup you guys had. Can I just ask, you can let us know, because I know some of the viewers might have been wondering as well when they jumped in. What was this lineup? What was it? What was the IQ behind this lineup? Why did you guys bring this lineup to this best of one?
Because this lineup is like one of the most strongest lineup in ranked game, which is people call meta chiki, which you bring like Johnson, Kadita, all those. And as you can see, we want to bring Freya and Yin, but they banned. So yeah, and then we replace the Yin with the saber because we got inspired from Mobile Zane because he's our idol. That's why.
Great stuff, man.
It worked.
Oh, it really worked, and coming into this best of one now. All right, I just want to know your thoughts, Gojes. You've qualified to the main stage, right? Even before this game, this was just like proceeding, but you've qualified to the main stage. Which team are you most excited to go up against later on in the main stage?
Maybe I would like to have a rematch with Indo and maybe Philippines.
Okay.
Indo and Philippines.
So I got another question to add on to that, right? You want to go up against Indo, you want to go up against Philippines, Gojes. I've been watching you in MPL Malaysia. You're quite the talker. So I want to know if you have any words for them here, especially after beating Indonesia technically with this 3-0, yeah? 2-0 in the groups and then another best of one. Do you want to trash talk or is it respect mode, Gojes, for when you're representing Malaysia?
Yeah, maybe I will be in respect mode.
He's saving it for the in-person, man.
For MSC maybe, right? For SRG, when later on SRG plays, maybe you can use that later for MSC.
Yeah. Maybe on the stage, not in this interview.
Okay.
Gojes, is there anything you want to say to everybody supporting Malaysia for ISF? I know you guys have so much practice going on for different tournaments, but for everyone that is going to be following you guys for ISF and seeing that you guys did beat Indonesia even before in the group stage, any words you guys want to say over to your fans out there as you guys get ready to move on?
For everyone that believes us, thank you for all the supports. And maybe at first you guys didn't believe us that this lineup can maybe fight strong country, but we prove it at you all, and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Gojes. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you guys at WEC in Riyadh. And hopefully you get that rematch you guys are looking for as well. So thank you and good luck to everything ahead of you guys.
Okay.
Good luck, man. See ya. Oof.
There we go, man.
Gojes.
That's respect, Gojes.
Respect Gojes. I didn't know that creature existed, respect Gojes. I thought he was just gonna, start like talking after that, man. I thought he was just gonna, start talking about Philippines, Indo, saying like, yeah, we're gonna beat you next time we meet you or something like that. But hey, it's good. I'm glad to see, that, Gojes has that respect side of him. When he's representing his country, a different side of Gojes comes in. He becomes a wise man because those answers were all quite wise, man. He's like, usually on stage, I don't know if you've seen the interviews for SRG and MPL Malaysia, but he's always on the mic yelling and saying like, "Yo, what's up, bro?" And you see a calm Gojes. When I saw him in an interview, when like his screen popped up, I thought for sure, all right, this man's already smiling. He wants to go for the trash talk. I'm gonna just throw it at him, I'm just bait it out. But then he says, "No, I'm just gonna stay chill, bro." That was like me a few months ago. I'm a different man now. Like, please, bro, respect. 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 That's all. That's what it's about. Respect. Hey, because at the end of the day, they're both going to Riyadh anyway. The WEC. And he still wants the rematch. That's true. So if they want to bring some of that fire, they bring it to WEC later this year, right? They have other things you got to focus on too. But I think Mirko, that's wrapping it up for us, man. It's been 4 days of jam-packed action, and I think some surprises as well. A great preview also of the meta right now, I would say, for the most part. And I know some things can change ahead of us, but there's a whole lot of Mlbb that you guys get to watch coming up. And we thank you guys for joining us for the Asian Championships here. And we can't wait to see all of these teams battling out in WC. Mirko, any last thing you want to go ahead and say before we close out? No, just that's it for the Mlbb Open Match broadcast. It's been a pleasure for me, for Naisu, for even Arashi and Eternal who've joined us in the past few days. See you guys at the offline qualifiers for later on for the African qualifiers and then later on for the Americas qualifiers. Because again, if you guys think it's over, it's not. It's so far from over. We still have all the other qualifiers that will happen later on in the month and also the main event. So get ready for that. Me, Naisu, all of us, we're ready. We're absolutely ready. We're ready. We are. We're so back. We're ready. And we can't wait to see what unfolds. But that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you guys all for joining us, for checking out the stream. We're closing it out here again. I'm Naisu. That's Mirko. And we'll see you on the next ISF qualifier.
Bye bye.
See you guys.